see the writing on the pavement. Young kids, they're growing up in basements. Online, a whole new generation. I'ma make mine, so you better go take it. Always they need a new replacement. Decentralized, can't contain it. We're changing lives, yeah, upgrading. Call it suicide of the older generation.
What keeps you up at night, yeah? Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah? Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong.
Hey, it's too late to try to go contain it. A generation fueled by creation. We live lives on a small screen nation. We control the airwaves, no negotiation. I refuse to think we need saving. Something good will come from creation. And when we think that the world is too anxious, we'll adapt, evolve, survive, and save it.
What keeps you up at night, yeah? Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah? Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. Hey, oh yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong.
Nobody is coming to save you. Get up. Be your own hero.
All right. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Sovereign Soul Unchained Mind. Good to see everybody. Didn't have my camera quite centered right, but hey, whatever. Hope everybody's doing well. We've been immersed in water all day. The snow that had been predicted for this big storm, I guess, has decided to express itself in the way of rain. Damned those satellites, huh? Wow. So anyway, some people are upset that we didn't get the snow. Other people are glad, like myself. I do not care for snow in any way, shape, or form, but to each their own. So tonight I had watched earlier, a couple of hours ago, a debate between a flat earther and a glober that you are, a lot of you familiar with on this channel, Ruhif. He's graced our presence a number of times here to spread the globe propaganda. And I found this to be a pretty interesting debate. Wasn't so hopeful at the beginning of it. Saw some of you there. I knew you were there. But I wasn't real. I didn't think it started off with a bang, but as it went on, I think we. Hang on just a second, everyone. We had a little problem. The power went out for a little while, and the sump pump quit working. So now there's water downstairs. Hang on a second. I swear to God, she's always out of our ears reach when I got to tell her something. I swear to God, every time. Anyway, when she comes back, I will tell her to do something here. that she can do real quick. While we're doing that, we're waiting for some people to kind of show up. Let me pull up a little thing here real quick. I'll take care of that. Wait a second, I hear her now. All right, so she was already doing what I was going to tell her anyways. So, never mind. Yeah, a little bit of a disaster, but we'll get her taken care of. Not a problem. I hear her hollering at the dog. That's always good. A little bit on those tunnels that we saw. And let me go to my thing here. You heard about the tunnel that they found underneath the synagogue, and I think it was Brooklyn. And now the guy responsible for the tunnel has turned himself in on charges of child trafficking and some other crap too, I understand. Let me see if I can find that. Yeah, it says right here. Let me pull this up real quick, and we'll get to the debate here in just a second. I'm giving it a couple of minutes so that more people can arrive and they don't miss. So let me bring this up real quick. And this says that the ringleader and coordinator of the Orthodox Underground Tunnel, Samuel Heidelberg, has turned himself in on charges of child trafficking and kidnapping. And there's a thing on Tower Gang podcast, I guess, about that went on tonight. But this is the guy, you see. And I don't know if you had seen what was in this tunnel, but there was I saw in the video of them going in the tunnel, I saw a baby stroller, a high chair, amongst a bunch of other things. And so I'm carrying out a child bed mattress with a pretty questionable stain on it. It wasn't pee. It was very dark. So either somebody bled the bed or shit the bed, one of the two. And it wasn't in a position where your butt would be if you was laying in the bed. I'll just put it that way. I'll leave it at that. You can all draw your own conclusions as to what that shit's all about. But I think that's listen, this is really getting bad for people. Oh, I also want to know the Globetards, the Globers. Remember, they all said, you guys are going to look really dumb this year when the Artemis goes up to the moon. And of course, Sav don't put up with that fucking shit. I'm going, they're not going to the moon. It's a carrot on the stick. You keep chasing the carrot, you're never going to get the carrot. They're going to kick the can down the road. So this has come across now. Let me bring this up real quick. Oh, NASA announces delay of its Artemis moon missions until 2025 or 2026. But hang in there, guys. We're going. We've been talking about this shit ever since Obama, ever since Bush, ever since what the fuck ever since Ford, ever since, oh my God, they just keep kicking the goddamn can down the road, man. And people just go, okay, oh, you guys are going to look dumb in 2087 when they finally go to the moon. That's what it's going to be. I've been hearing this shit for 25, 30 years now, man, or more. God dang. People are gullible as all shit, man. And we'll see that in some shit here too, because I was nailing Ruhif. I don't know if any of you were watching, but what he does with his geometry, he loves his geometry, but he's using two-dimensional orthographic geometry to describe hyperbolic geometry. We see in a hyperbolic state, not in a two-dimensional orthographic state, okay? We see in 3 dimensions. There's this thing called perspective, convergence. Everything comes right down into that. That's how our vision works. And he doesn't take that into account. He only looks at it from one angle. And of course, that's only a portion of the story when you're dealing with two-dimensional orthographics. So he's a one-trick pony. That's what he has. That's basically it. So, I was thinking about this too. If the parallel lines on the Earth are, the longitude or latitude lines are measurements of angle of a view of Polaris, if you were on a globe, wouldn't that continuously change? Wouldn't those lateral lines be different as you progressed more toward the equator. I don't know. I've just been thinking about it. I don't know. It just seems like something like that would occur. Anyway, let me go on just a little bit here. Yeah, here's some of the footage from the famed tunnel. Bring this up real quick. This is crazy. This is from this tunnel thing. They were trying to keep the police, or they were trying to keep a cement truck from filling in their tunnel. See, they wasn't supposed to be digging no goddamn tunnels, right? So they was trying to stop them from filling it in, and these guys went freaking ape shit. It's wow. I think the term is kvetching. Look at that. Look at. I saw this in black and white from like the 30s once, I think.
No.
See, these guys are holed up in there. They won't come out. That's how they're trying to keep them from pouring cement in there. I would have just poured the concrete, man. I would have just poured the concrete. You already know what that tunnel's about, babe.
Not gonna help. They try to.
Look at this nut job right here. Look at him. Now, why in the hell would that tunnel be so all fire important to them? Why would that tunnel be that important? Come on, bro. God. What the hell, man? They arrested a bunch outside too. After this. I mean, yeah, here's that mattress I was talking about. I mean, hey, Dreamy's up here. What's up, girlfriend?
Good evening, not too much.
Yeah, we got that applause. Hold on. I don't know where it is. There it is.
Some people will protect these religions with their very life. They will fight, they scream, and they want to protect them. And
but what part of their religion involves a secret tunnel that leads to the children's museum, I might add? It went to the children's museum. What's up with that?
But the thing is this is the thing that's been going on. All the churches, and I'm not picking on one particular one. They've all been participating in this and protecting pedophiles.
Yeah.
Even the one I grew up with.
Got the wrong one. There we go.
I mean, it's sickening because if a kid says anything, they shut us up. They punish us.
Well,
they beat us and tell us that we can't say those things and we should apologize.
Well, we're gonna do a stream on that exclusively over on Rumble one night. We'll start out here and then we'll go over there. We're gonna put it all right out there, babe. Did you catch this debate on Jeranism between Ruhif and Angel Z?
No, I ain't watching Ruhif. You think I'm crazy? I'm wasting my damn time.
What, you don't like? There's Mrs. Tribune. Good to see you. Oh, we got Kevin DeShill here too. I forgot to
No,
get shout outs, man. You
I
don't like?
just have better things to do with my time, like take naps and play with Keeper and
Watch paint dry, right? No.
yeah, or watch the wind swing my bird feeder and all the birds trying to hang on it outside.
Well, I thought it was pretty crazy because he at first when this thing first started, I wasn't real hopeful. The guy I think he was just nervous, and he started out, it seemed to me a little bit weak, but I think he held his own pretty damn good through it,
Well, don't
he's
take
not
much to
he's
do
not
that.
he's not been into flat earth for very long either. So that's another thing. That's another aspect of it that I took into account. And I still think he did well. And what I wish, and of course he probably didn't understand, I wish that he would have pointed out, because he was on the thing, is look, man, you cannot start using two-dimensional orthographic geometry to describe hyperbolic vision. It doesn't work. Okay. And this gas pressure without containment crap. I don't care about your freaking gradient, man.
Right.
I don't care about your gradient. There's a gradient of pressure in a body of water as well. Okay. Without containment, there can't even be a gradient. So this idea that pressure being the source of itself is preposterous to begin with. Once again, cause and effect being the same thing, it can never be. And I don't know what's doing the pressing. There's a very definition of pressure, the act of pressing. Boom.
Well, just like in the water, like you're saying, where there's more pressure the deeper you go against an object, it's also the same thing in the sky, right? The higher you get, the less dense it gets. So
you're
um,
displacing less. It's
right,
it's the same as
right,
going into the depths of the ocean. The reason
right,
that there's so much pressure is because you're displacing more water.
and that can
I mean,
only
you're
happen
displacing the same amount, but you're displacing a compressed amount of that water.
you can think of water and air like propane in a tank, because
Exactly.
the water is just the liquefied gases that are creating the liquid, and then the air is like the what's that word I'm looking for, damn it?
Chicago Cubby Bear, I would love to do a tag team debate with Lucky Haskins. Any day. I love Lucky off the bat. That'd be cool. We'd be like those two old guys in the Muppets up in the counter fucking with these guys, man. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you should get Lucky on up here one day. That would be cool.
That would be pretty good. Maybe I'll set something up with that.
But once somebody accepts or realizes or comes to the realization that they've been lied to about everything, and they just look at the facts, you can't stay on that ball. You can't stay on that idea, because it goes against nature itself.
Well, you know what they do,
and things we already know about.
Right, the basic laws of nature, just like the
Right.
violation of entropy. You can't do it, man.
Right.
It's not gonna fucking happen. It's so when they, here's what they do: they claim a physical impossibility and then turn around and put the burden of proof on you to prove that it doesn't exist. Prove it is not that way. Well, I don't have to prove that it's not that way. Anybody in the world knows that you can have zero gas pressure at all without containment. There is no getting around this.
Well, they think that they can just swirl their little magic wand around like Tinkerbell, and they can just manipulate the gas around them, apparently.
Well, they think that because they can do a mathematical equation, right, that makes it so. And all it is math is not reality. Math is just an expression of something. It's just a description, right? It's saying the same thing, but not in words. Okay. So if I said something,
that's only partially true.
If I said something and then had it said again in Portuguese, does that now make it true?
If I just give you numbers and told you to bake me a cake, you couldn't do it because you wouldn't have the ingredient list. You just have freaking math problems.
Right.
So math is only very, very small portion of anything.
Right. And it can reflect reality, but in itself, it is not reality. So just
Right.
because you make an equation and solve it doesn't make it reality.
Right.
And if you make an equation to fit with your observations, with assumptions of your theory fit in, well, with no proof of the assumption you're using, then you still end up with a fucking assumption.
Right.
See, this is on. So let me go ahead and start playing this. And go get the pleasantries out of the way.
Angel Z here on the left, and we've got Ruhif on the right. And we'll let them say hello. Angel, go first. Tell us who you are, where you're from, why you're here, and I'll go fix the lighting in my. I guess it's fine. It'll work. Go
ahead. Yeah, my name's Angel Z. I live in Australia, and I'm about a little over a year into my journey into flat Earth. So 2 years ago, I was a globehead. Yeah, it's been pretty amazing, pretty eye-opening, and I don't think I'm ever going back. Yeah, that's about it for me.
So he's relatively new, and I saw people in the chat going, a flat earther from Australia? What the hell? And stuff like that. And it's like, because there are a lot of these globers, but there's flat earthers in Australia, New Zealand, all
around the world.
Yes, everywhere.
I'm here to prove that things can disappear over a flat plane just like they would disappear over a globe.
Okay, we're happy you're here.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for joining us. And then we've got Ruhif. You've seen him before. I think he's been here on one episode or two.
Yeah, I was in episode 6 of Debatism.
There you go.
I've been doing this for, I don't know, 6-7 years, something like that.
All right, well, welcome to the show. Happy you're here. We will let Angel call the coin toss, and he can choose which he wants to go first or second. So I'm going to let the flip happen here. That's going to work. There we go. Now we should see it. All right. So go ahead and call it heads or tails.
Heads.
Heads. Let's see. The flip is. And it is heads it is. So you get to choose. Go ahead and decide what you want to do.
So I can ask my question first, is that right?
Well,
intros.
Intros first. So whether you want to go first or second, it only depends. If you go first, you kind of set the stage. If you go second, then you get to end the show, being the last.
Okay. I'll go first. I'll just share my screen and play the video.
Sure. And we're going to give him 10 minutes on the clock on this one. He's got 10 minutes for his intro. Let me get that up there. And yeah, you're going to share your screen for the intro?
Yeah.
Okay. We've got 10.
It's got sound as well. So yeah.
Did you hit share with sound?
Yeah, I believe so.
You hit the little check marks? Maybe stop sharing. Just make sure. Just go. Let me go stop sharing. Hit share screen again, and just make sure when you click it, there should be a little button in the lower left.
Oh, yeah, I see it. Yeah.
Gotcha.
All right, cool.
Now you're good?
I'll just let that play.
Here's a simple demonstration showing how perspective works over a flat surface and how you can make objects disappear bottom up. And the same thing goes for boats. You can zoom back in on them over the horizon. They reappear and then disappear bottom up as you zoom in. Here's a sunset that is zoomed in on, and the sun appears to re-rise as you zoom in because the sunset's due to perspective, because it's moving further away from you. Here's a coin over a table. I zoom back in on the coin. I zoom back out on the coin. And then I sync that with the sunset to demonstrate the sunset's due to perspective. As you can see here, the coin disappears bottom up as well, just like that sunset in the previous video. All perspective. The sky ramps down, the ground ramps up. Just like streetlights, same with the sunset. They just merge into the vanishing point. Here's a man demonstrating that if you face north in the south, this guy is from Brisbane, he was facing north, and the star trails actually rotate counterclockwise again, just like they would in the north. If stars did move in different directions in the south, then it'd be pretty hard to circumnavigate using them. It would be really confusing using a compass because left and right would be opposite directions. This is the Eratosthenes experiment debunked. If you have a small local sun, the crepuscular rays would create shadows on an angle. And Neil deGrasse Tyson seems to think that we observe only parallel rays, which we don't. And he also doesn't think that adding an extra well will work on a flat Earth for some reason, even though it works perfectly. As you'll see shortly, having a local light source over a flat surface can account for all three shadows. Math doesn't change reality. This table is still a flat table. It's not a sphere. This is a video of clouds behind the sun, proving the sun is local. I put a negative filter on, and you can clearly see that the sun is nestled in the clouds there. And the same thing goes for the moon. There it is again, the sun nestled.
You see, this is why I wasn't real hopeful, because there was a lot of what I'd call flat Earth 101 crap. I mean, Ruhif's over there, but it looked like he kind of like sandbagged him, on it. He kind of sandbagged him on it because, like I said, he was kind of nervous. I don't think he was really comfortable giving a presentation, but in any case, at first I was like, he's gonna tear this shit up. But as it gets going on, maybe I might even be responding to my own points. I was sitting here arguing with Ruhif while this whole thing was going on.
In the clouds. And again, with the moon. Clouds in front and behind the moon. And again, clouds in front and behind the sun. Here's the Salanelian eclipse. This doesn't work on a globe because refraction only works with light and not with the shadows. So why do we still see an eclipsing moon? Here are my questions. Gas pressure. You can't have gas pressure without a container.
Here we go. Mrs. Tribune. I don't mind him too bad myself, but my audience seems to freaking hate the dude, man. For real. They were like, don't bring that guy on, or they'd come up and I'd see in the thing, they go, oh shit, Ruhif's here, I'm out. And I'm like, God dang, that's just terrible. But anyway, nobody's banned from here, so they can come on.
It's in the definition of gas pressure. You can't have a vacuum without a container, and you certainly can't have them coexisting next to each other without a solid barrier between them. As you can see here, if the Earth rotates once every 24 hours, 6 months later, night and day should flip, because now it's still done the same amount of rotation, but now the country's facing the sun. 6 months later, now we'll be facing away from the sun. So I'd like an explanation for that. Also, according to the globe model, the Earth is on an elliptical orbit. So when it's winter in the north, the sun is actually closer to the Earth. So I don't know how that works. How do you get closer to a heat source and get colder? This is a passenger plane compared to the Felix jump, the Red Bull jump. And you can see from inside the cabin, they didn't have a distorted lens, and you can see that the horizon's perfectly level. And also the horizon in reality is an optical location that changes due to weather and other atmospheric conditions. If it's geometric, then technically you should be looking way down at the globe to see the horizon, but it always rises to eye level. Every terrestrial experiment to prove the Earth is in motion has failed. The only way you believe that it's in motion is by NASA or other space agencies telling you or showing you that the Earth is in motion with cartoons. Yet every experiment that has been done by scientists like Michelson Morley, for example, to test that the Earth was in motion has failed. Yet Neil deGrasse Tyson wants you to believe that someone can kick a ball and the Earth can rotate underneath the ball and cause it to go into the goalposts.
Serenaded as he comes onto the field. Not bad when you're a kicker and there's new.
Other football tweet.
What other
about
football
was
tweet?
it the Bengals? I forgot who it was about a year ago.
Yeah.
There's in overtime, after there was the exchange of ball, so now it's sudden death overtime. They kick a field goal from 50 yards, of course, as it must be.
Watch those two guys.
Well, 40 yards out plus the 10 plus the hiking distance. So it was like 52-yard field goal, and there it was. And if there's tense, right? Everybody's silent, and the ball comes up, and it careens off the left upright and goes in for the win.
Wow.
And I said, ooh.
I remember this.
That's what I'm saying.
I remember this
That's
tweet.
what I'm saying. So I'm there and I'm saying, wait.
And that goof ass one, oh, it's a Coriolis effect that airplanes and nothing else has to fucking account for. God damn.
This, how long is it? So I checked the stadium on its configuration, what's longitude and latitude, and I said, I did a quick calculation, and I tweeted, the winning field goal in that game was aided by a 1/3 of an inch deflection to the right from Earth's rotation.
The Earth rotates once every 23 hours, 56 minutes and 4.09053 seconds, called the sidereal period, and its circumference is roughly 40,075 kilometers. Thus, the surface of the Earth at the equator moves at a speed of 460 meters per second, or roughly 1,000 miles per hour. The fastest Boeing 747 aided by jet stream is 825 miles per hour, so a Boeing 747 flying in the same direction as the Earth rotates at the equator would be going backwards according to the Coriolis effect.
All right, I'm going to show you. The moon is see-through. See these images I got? This is one I took yesterday of the moon, and it's a raw file. See? Nikon RAW, Nikon RAW. This one, same thing. Nikon RAW, Nikon RAW. No compression artifacts, okay? Now, I'm going to adjust the exposure up on the moon. Where is the rest of the moon? Like, it's a physical object, right? Where's the rest of it? All right, look at this. Physical ball in a pitch black room with the...
Now that's a defense mechanism that Ruhif's doing right there, right now. Do you see that laugh and this incredulity, you know, this, whatever, you know what he's doing? It's like, yeah, oh, haha. Like, it's, go ahead, refute it. He won't, but he acts as though, oh, I got slam dunk on this shit. Well, what the fuck, you know?
Light over it. Adjust the exposure up.
Incredulity.
You can see the physical ball. So there is no way the moon is solid. Celestial navigation on a globe has actually just hijacked perspective and called it Earth curvature.
Measured flat and mathematically bent.
They depict you in the middle of the globe looking up at the celestial bodies. In reality, you're on a flat plane and you see in a dome of vision, because that's how our eyes work. We see in a curved space. So things that are further away appear to dip down into the horizon, like I showed earlier. And a star that's further away from you will dip into the horizon due to perspective, not because it's a globe. All stars in the night sky relative to each other are fixed. They rise and set east to west, just like the sun. I fail to see how we have constellations still if the stars are expanding away from us at 4 times the speed of light, which is the claim of the globe, which is just ridiculous. How do we even have Polaris still in the same spot. It hasn't deviated an inch in all of history. So on a globe that is spinning, orbiting, wobbling, I just don't see how Polaris stays in the same spot all year round. It's not possible.
Yep, and that's it.
Okay, thank you very much for that.
Right,
We've
yeah.
got, next, Ruhif.
That shit is all going to depend again on hyperbolic geometry and not two-dimensional orthographic.
Are you going to be doing sharing your screen at all for the intro?
Probably not for the intro, because there are quite a few things in there that's new, shall we say, as in like not in the questions and claims.
Correct.
Yeah, it's just a generic video.
Yeah. Let's start with the.
So I'm going to give you a 3-minute clock. You go from there. If you need longer, let me know, because I know we gave him 10. But
we could probably do this after the questions. Actually,
do the intro after the questions.
Oh no! My intro is 30 seconds.
Okay, well, go ahead and do that.
All right. So my intro is basically I'm going to do geometry. Flat earthers have no idea about geometry. They basically think this is a conspiracy theory.
I'm a flat earther. I know about geometry, and I know what you're doing, Ruhif. You're
conspiracy? Who believes it's a conspiracy? I don't. See, he puts words in people's mouths. I don't like him.
Well, the idea that there's a conspiracy to hide the flat earth.
Oh, I'm not. I don't believe that crap neither. Nobody.
Well, then people that are trying to hide it are engaged in a conspiracy. That's the allegation. I can accept that.
Gotcha.
I can accept it. Not a big deal. But see, Ruhif, I know what you're doing. You claim that flat earthers don't know geometry. That's a baseless claim, accusation with absolutely no proof behind it whatsoever. What you're doing, Ruhif, is you are trying to use, as I've said a few times already, two-dimensional orthographic geometry when we view things in a hyperbolic state. Okay? It doesn't fucking work because we don't live in a 2D world. Okay? Secondly, they try to do it from a second degree or a third person. Okay, they're doing it from a third person. They're showing this observer and they're showing the object and shit, but it's all still in 2D. That doesn't mean that's how it's going to appear to the guy who's actually fucking looking at it. In order to do that, we have to use hyperbolic geometry, and he doesn't do that. Unfortunately, there are a lot of people, both globe and flat earth, that do not understand this difference. Okay, if you want to call it beyond hyperbolic, anybody who's been in drafting and understands how to make a isometric drawing of something based off of a two-dimensional blueprint. Not a difficult thing to do, but you have to actually understand how the projections work, how you project your lines. It's the same thing with the way we see things. We don't see things in 2D orthographic geometry. Okay, we have curved vision, we have hyperbolic vision. Everything goes from outward to inward, from downward to upward to downward. Everything is converging like that. So this is what they're not getting. And it's an easy trick. I think Ruhif does know, and this is why this is his one trick pony show, so that he can confuse people using this 2D geometry to debunk 3D hyperbolic geometry. So I know what you're doing, Roofy.
It's not. Geometry, the word geometry, geometry, earth measure. Flat earthers don't measure the earth. And if they did, they would see it's a globe. I will address a couple of the things. So the camera looking across the flat bench top that you had set up, right?
Oh, it's below the table, right? No, the center of the lens is at the fucking ground. It's right there in the center of the fucking lens.
I assume that's a P900 or a P1000? Yeah. Yep, cool. What I've seen with those, Mitchell from Australia also did one of those. What he actually did was set up the camera very, very slightly below the level of the bench top. Then when he zooms in, what happens when you zoom in on a P1000? The lens extends, right? So if he's slightly below the level of the tabletop and he zooms in, the lens extends and is now above the tabletop. That's why you can see it. It's fair.
Okay, I'm going to tell you why he's full of shit. If you'll recall and look back at what the video showed, the edge, the very top surface of the table was right in the middle of the fucking lens. So it was obviously back far enough to extend the lens. You don't have to be, it wasn't right up against the fucking table. We know that because we saw the whole table edge, didn't we? So Ruhif, once again, you're full of shit.
And once again, remember, I reminded him when somebody walks down a beach, they ain't changing their height. They're just getting smaller because of the distance. And
Right.
he knows that. So you're right. He's a jerk.
Yeah, you can laugh, but it's quite dishonest of Mitchell from Australia. It's been replicated properly to show the effect. What else? The boats going over the horizon. You seem to suggest that the hidden amount actually changed as you zoomed in, but I didn't see any measurements of that. I can show you plenty of observations where the hidden amount does not change when you zoom in.
On a good humid day with blah, 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 blah. This guy's so full of shit. I think his eyes are brown.
It demonstrably doesn't. So that's that one. The moon one I found quite funny, where you said you changed the exposure, right? You didn't change the exposure. You changed the brightness and contrast of the photo. Okay. The exposure is a camera setting. Okay. So it lets more light come in.
Which is exactly what that filter on the fucking photo manipulator does. This guy.
So when you're taking the photo and you change the exposure, looking at the crescent moon, you're letting more light in, right? So you'll see the half of the moon that's lit up, that will be overexposed and blowing out the sensor. But the dark part of the moon in shadow, you will then see as a solid object. All right. So that was a little bit amusing. Okay, the star rotation. Yes,
Why? See, no, he just didn't give anything at all. It was basically a technical.
It's like that shiny spot on his head. Sorry.
Powder that fucking thing, right?
I know, it's glowing and glaring in the screen.
We look north and we see them rotate anti-clockwise. And again, we look south and they rotate clockwise. That is
holy shit. When I stand on one side of the room and look at my ceiling fan, it's going from left to right. But then when I go on the other side of the room and look at it, it's going from my right to my left. What the fuck is going on there?
Is expected of a globe. That is the problem that we are telling you about, is the rotation. Yeah, you can unmute and respond if you want. So I think that was all I wrote down.
On a flat Earth. So
I would love to see that model.
Yeah, we can demonstrate it using a dome, right? He's flipped the dome upside down, draw star trails, and then you move the dome to the south, right? And the star trails flip. And they go
on the inside. I have yet to see that model.
Yeah, I could probably show you a video of it. Someone doing it, demonstrating.
Okay, cool. That's my intro then.
Okay, we'll get into the questions, and just so people.
My house must be moving because I see cars go by it sometimes, man.
Oh my goodness! You better stake your house down.
Yeah, I know. My car is obviously moving past. In fact, my whole neighborhood is moving past these parked cars. I don't get it.
You'd save a lot more gas if you just sit still.
Oh shit, right?
Let the world go around you.
White lines in the sky created many tornadoes today. Yes, I did. I saw that shit. That was bad, man. They got hit everywhere. It was tearing some shit up. That's why we got all this rain. It's just been soaking, standing water now. We got standing water. We've had flood watches all over the place in the counties all around me. I guess this is the snow we were supposed to get.
I'll give you my wind to dry up your rain.
Yeah, I'd rather have the rain than the snow. I can tell you that right now. Oh no, yeah, no, right. Yeah, in her white, he tells you, wondering if Ruby's daughter tries to streak the show. Yeah, I know, right? I was like, I don't care, man, if you got like autism or any other gosh dang thing. If you're a young girl, you are going to wear pants. I don't care. That's inappropriate. I don't give a shit. That's inappropriate, man.
We'll get it a little bit because I did get some flack. I don't know if it was last week or the week before, but people are wondering, what's the clock for if Jaren's going to let the clock go over? The point of the clock is to kind of keep us in line, but it's also if they're having a good conversation, I'm going to let it go. So I'm not going to interrupt.
I'm in Virginia, Mrs. Tribune.
The clock's just meant to be a guide, so I will manage the clock. There you go. And if you guys are interested in debating, you can do so. Go to t.me/debatism on Telegram. Put your name in the hat there. That's what basically happened with Angel. Is that correct? Is that where you guys met?
Debatism, yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So there you go. See? And then you can find somebody there to debate. And you can also email us at debatism@outlook and let us know if you're interested in what you're looking to debate, and we'll find somebody for you. All right. Let's go to questions. And you're going to go first, Angel. And basically, you have a minute to ask, and he's got a minute to answer, and then we'll see if there's any back and forth needed.
Yeah. The question is, can you demonstrate one example of a pressure gradient next to a vacuum that's not the Earth? What's containing our atmosphere? If you claim it's gravity, please prove gravity. Prove it's it's what causes objects to fall and float.
Better yet, demonstrate air having a downward bias due to gravity. Prove that air has a downward bias due to gravity. Okay? You're going to have a rough fucking time with that. I can tell you that right now. You're going to have a really rough time demonstrating that. So there goes your claim of gravity holding a gas right off the bat.
With the current gravity model.
May I share my screen?
You may.
Whoa.
All right. So there are actually a few separate issues in there. Should I start with this one? I'll start with the other one, actually. Hold on. Give me a sec. There we go. So you said, show me an example of gas pressure without a container, but I'm not allowed to show the Earth. All right?
Yeah.
So I can show you logically one of two things. I can show you a container, or I can show you not a container. Okay? So on that circle on the left there, I've got a bunch of containers that I could show you that I can pressurize or make a vacuum or whatever. On the right, I have a list of non-containers. I can only think of one thing to put in that circle.
And that's a problem. That's a problem.
Sure is.
I mean, if that is the only example that you have, is the very thing that's in question to begin with, then you don't have anything at all. Because you're claiming a physical impossibility. The burden of proof lies on that positive claim.
Isn't that as bad as holding up your hands and saying a column of air?
Yeah, exactly. Yes, it is. Absolutely. That's ridiculous. Here he brought this thing out. You needed to show that. You could have said, I can't think of any other example other than the Earth. Right? Without the flim flam, without the graphic, without the fucking little thing and all that other bullshit, you could have said, I can't. Because that's what you just said. I can't.
I can't prove it.
Wow.
And you've banned me from using it. Can you think of something else that I could possibly logically use as an example?
Because it's impossible. That's right.
There you go, Ruhif. You lose. Right off the bat, you lose. Because you cannot demonstrate a physical impossibility. that you claim exists without begging the question. You can't do it. You just admitted it right there. You just said, I can't prove that nonsense without saying the very thing that's in question. Okay. So right there is an admission that that's impossible. I don't care how you dress it up. That's an admission that it's impossible.
It's a logically incomplete question.
No, because so you're assuming you're using the object in question and saying, oh, look, the Earth does it, right?
Like what contingency plan? Fake politics? Huh? Who's going to be the next overseer? Which is who's going to be the next puppet or other contrived psyops that they're blowing at you through the propaganda ministry? Fuck that.
But I can demonstrate a pressure gradient with a container, right?
Yep.
And then I can go outside and say, look, a pressure gradient, it's contained as well.
Yeah. But the way you phrase your question,
but I can demonstrate
it logically impossible to answer. Logically impossible.
Because it is impossible to answer. The Earth is contained.
No. Not physically in reality, impossible to have an answer. But the way you phrase the question, if you can't literally give me a non-container, that's the only thing in my list. Right?
Right.
The burden of giving you a non-container or an example doesn't lie on him, Ruhev. It doesn't lie on him. It lies on you. And you just admitted that you can't prove that at all. And if you say gravity, I'm sorry, you're going to have to prove showing air with a downward bias due to gravity. That's all I can tell you. Because I can show you that it doesn't. It all depends on its density, temperature. I mean, here's some air sitting here around me, and if I trap it inside of some kind of a containment, like a balloon, right, and I warm it so that it expands, it's going to float, isn't it? Why? Because hot air rises. Whoa, where's the downward bias of that? Cold air drops.
Yeah.
Still not at 9.8 meters per second squared. It's not uniform. So to claim that gas is held by gravity it has absolutely nothing.
Well, then they've been lying to us about helium, huh?
Well, yeah.
If his story's true, then they've been lying to us about helium.
So yeah, well, there you go. I mean, this is some of the dumbest shit I've ever heard. No, they say, well, that's buoyancy due to gravity. What?
He needs to go to a balloon festival and learn how those things operate and what makes them lift off the ground and land and all that crap. Then maybe he might get a little bit more education.
Well, criminy, your whole freaking existence of life would tell you that that's not true.
Right.
Okay. It would tell you that gravity doesn't give a shit about gas pressures and gas behavior, doesn't care one way or the other about gravity at all. There's nothing pulling on you. There's nothing pulling on anything. Stop with that. I don't know where they get this idea. Whatever they say, it's always the opposite.
And you said I can't use it. So there's literally no possible answer.
But the Earth is contained. It's got a pressure gradient.
I agree it has a pressure gradient. I don't see why that leads to it being contained. There is no container.
What's creating the pressure gradient?
The downward acceleration of the gas.
What downward? Look, explain that using gravity.
Yeah.
Well, you better consider yourself fucked then, because it's going to hit that tipping point this year. People aren't believing bullshit anymore. More and more people are going, wow, I don't know how I believed bullshit. You'll catch up.
Gravity accelerates things downwards.
What's the current model for gravity?
Oh, you can either use Newtonian or Einsteinian.
No, you can't use Newtonian.
Why not?
The current model of gravity is Einsteinian gravity, bending space-time.
Okay, but I can use Newtonian.
No, you can't.
Yes, I can.
If Newtonian gravity, if the whole idea of mass attracting mass has been shit canned by the physics community, then no, you can't use it. You can't. Okay? You want to in this instance, but when it comes to something else, then you're going to use the other gravity. See, now they got two gravities to play with. Do you realize how retarded that is?
Yes, I do.
Holy cow. All just so that they can have their fake space and shit. God damn.
I can throw a ball and model it with Newtonian kinematics. Yeah.
But you realize that your whole religion relies on Einstein being right, yeah?
No. Einstein.
You use those same Newtonian physics when throwing a ball underwater? No. Where's your 9.8 meters per second squared now? It's gone. It's fucking gone.
Yeah.
Because there is no gravity. It's mass per volume. Density. Density is mass over volume. DMV. Remember that. The irritating fucking place that you have to go to, right? Density equals mass over volume. And its weight is achieved with a ratio of the given medium that it's in. It's that simple. It's no pulling force of some fucking spinning planet bullshit. My God.
I have to use Einsteinian gravity. I don't fully understand Einsteinian gravity. I just use Newtonian because it works.
What causes a helium balloon to float?
Yeah, it's less dense than the medium it's in.
So density and buoyancy, not gravity, right?
Okay. What's the formula for buoyancy?
Yeah.
How do you calculate?
Yeah. Little g equals acceleration can be replaced with A.
Yeah, sure.
It's got nothing to do with gravity.
Right. There's an acceleration downwards, which is what I said.
Yeah.
The pressure gradient is caused by the acceleration downwards.
No, it's caused by electric.
He's going to have to prove a downward acceleration of air. I'm sorry, you're going to have to prove gravity causing a downward bias for air, and you don't have it, man.
Prosthetics.
Okay, we can get to that shortly.
Let's go with Rohit, your first question. Go ahead.
Oh, have we finished this one?
Oh,
I had a few things to say.
Look at here. You still don't get it. Keep arguing about containment and wasting time. 2024 is the beginning of the 7 years of birth pangs, TikTok. And what the fuck are you going to do about it? What in the fuck are you going to do about it? Nothing. So shut up.
Okay, go ahead. I'll give you another minute, but
well, you can.
Angel, mute just during his response to that.
Oh, he can read this off if he wants. So showing you an example of gas pressure next to a vacuum depends a lot on your definition of next to. If you mean a vacuum.
It depends on what the definition of is. I did not have sexual relations with that girl.
And what the hell is next to? How do you have gas next to the vacuum? Okay, never mind. That was a stupid question.
You don't. It's not going to be. I mean, look, I don't care how far away you want to say next to is. Okay? I don't give a shit how far away you want to say next to is.
Yeah,
without containment, without a container, the act of pressing does not take place. What is pressing? What is pressing? The space? The nothing is pressing, huh? Don't be stupid, Roof. You have to prove that nonsensical horseshit, and not by showing something that someone writes or a mathematical fucking equation that merely describes well, that's the whole thing. And your mathematical equation is nothing more than an expression of your nonsense hypothesis that has no bearing in reality whatsoever. In order for this impossibility to actually exist, you have to prove this through demonstrable and repeatable experimentation, because until you do, it remains a physical impossibility. That's all.
Like in a vacuum chamber next to the outside air, separated by a tiny sheet of acrylic. Obviously,
I guess.
Not. If next to means you have normal air pressure at sea level and then a very, very low air pressure at whatever altitude, 37,000 meters, then yeah, I can show you that the pressure gradient exists.
I don't know what these idiots don't understand. We're not disputing a gradient. You can't have a fucking gradient without containment. It's that simple. Gradient of what? Pressure. Ooh, what is pressure? The act of pressing. What's doing the pressing? If you tell me gravity, then you're going to have to demonstrate that. You're going to have to demonstrate that with repeatable and demonstrable experimentation. That's all. No getting around that. You can't just put up what some asshole wrote down on a piece of paper or some fucking math problem. That's not going to do it.
But our claim is not that they are separated by this much. They're separated by a huge amount because of the acceleration downwards. That's it.
So he does claim a downward.
Again, we can prove.
Okay, so he has claimed a downward acceleration of air. So he would have to prove that. He would definitely have to prove a downward acceleration of air. And I would love to see that proof. Because I can't even think of how you would even begin to demonstrate that. Just given how gas behaves. I mean, the whole example of putting, you guys, let's put it right on the ground, the vacuum chamber right on the ground. That's where the gravity's the strongest at, right? So I take this box, like I've said before, and I seal it up. And it's got 14.7 PSI inside of it. And I put it inside that vacuum chamber. And the vacuum chamber, me, the box with the air sealed inside, everything is held to the earth by gravity. So if your hypothesis is true, Ruhif, when I open that box in the vacuum chamber, that air will stay inside that little box. But we all know that it won't. It will escape the box violently and rapidly to fill the empty space and equalize with the lack of pressure outside. There's no getting around this, Ruhif. I'm sorry. You're never going to float that one by me, babe.
We can make objects float using electrostatics, right? You
Yes,
agree with that, right?
We'll get to your third question, maybe.
Okay, Ruhif, you got a minute for your first question.
All right. Like I said, I'm going to talk about geometry a lot.
This started making my fucking head hurt, man.
So this is about measuring the 8 inches per mile squared. So you're on top of a mountain, has an elevation of 1,000 feet. You're looking across a valley to another mountain 30 miles away, which also has an elevation of 1,000 feet. If you measured the angle to that mountain with a theodolite, what would you expect that angle to be? If the Earth is a globe, please show your work.
Yeah, I predict it will be smaller, right? Because it's further away. I've never used the theodolite, so I can't show my work.
No, it's not about using a theodolite. It's about geometry.
Yeah,
what's the angle?
I don't know. I couldn't tell you the exact angle. Maybe you should show me and I can show you why it's just.
I got an idea, Ruhif. Why don't you go ahead and show us, but use hyperbolic geometry instead? You know, I like how you got all these little cartoons and pictures and shit, but cartoons and pictures aren't reality. You know? Sorry. Again, two-dimensional orthographic fucking geometry where hyperbolic geometry should be used. Ruhif, you're a one-trick pony, man. Stop.
Perspective.
Okay. I'm sure you'll just say it's perspective, but sure.
Of course it is. I showed you of objects disappearing over a flat table.
Yes, and I gave you that.
No, you didn't. No, you didn't.
Well, okay, no.
My camera doesn't rise up as I zoom in, buddy.
Your lens extends, does it not?
Yeah, it doesn't.
Yes.
It doesn't go up.
If your camera is very, very slightly below the level of the table and it's very slightly angled up,
your fucking lens is not going to start angling up because you zoomed in. It's a fucking linear motion that takes place when the lens comes out. It doesn't go up. This guy is, what a fucking con artist.
How did you measure that?
It's not angled up. It's not angled. Why would it be angled up?
Because
I showed the camera.
That's what Mitchell did. We saw
the camera. No.
And you didn't go down.
The camera was straight.
Well, I'm not going to take your word for it.
It has a bubble level on it.
Yeah,
it's right.
I'm not going to take your word for it that it's perfectly flat.
See,
of course you won't take his word for it because it disproves the bullshit that you're trying to show. He showed a demonstration in hyperbolic vision. You're showing a demonstration in two-dimensional orthographic geometry. It doesn't work, bro. Doesn't work.
You think
I'll show y'all why here in just a little while.
That I'm zooming in and the camera's going up.
As your lens extends, it goes higher. Yes.
Why would I angle the lens up like this?
Well, there's a question of whether you did that deliberately or sorry. I'll talk about Mitchell instead of you.
Anyway,
Really, couldn't believe him, even if he had somebody videoing him and then somebody else videoing the two of them getting videos of this. He wouldn't care if it went into infinity how many cameras were on this situation. He ain't gonna believe it, no way.
Well,
because
no,
he just wants to stay and remain stupid.
It hurts his argument too badly, and that's the whole problem. See, and this is the problem with the comparison between hyperbolic vision and two-dimensional geometry. Okay, this is the problem that we run across right here. So his big refutation of that is that you must have angled the fucking lens up. You must have. When anybody that's ever operated a camera, including yourself, Ruhif, know that that's not true. You're just looking for an excuse and trying to shrug it off. This is pitiful, man.
Yeah, whether Mitchell did that deliberately, unknown. Anyway, we're jumping around a little bit. We're on measuring drop to coach.
Yeah.
And you see, it's usually dishonest people that are always accusing others of being dishonest. It's projection.
Well, I wish people would use the telephone poles more often. You know that I think you had the video. It was a short one, and it showed the telephone poles when you're going down a straight road. They keep getting smaller and smaller and smaller. That'd be an awesome one, because that just totally takes away everything dipshit's saying.
Yep. 100%. Something like Tut's mask. Oh, they're talking about that.
Perspective.
How did we get on mask in there?
Okay. One of these scenarios, you will factor in 8 inches per mile square drop. One of those scenarios you won't. All right. So you'll have an answer to compare to a measurement in reality. Right. And if you factored in 8 inches per mile square drop and it measures that way, that's a decent confirmation that there is 8 inches per mile squared of drop. Let's say you were on a mountain at 1,000 feet looking across at another mountain at 1,000 feet on a...
Yeah, well, it's a good indication. Does the math show that, Ruhef? Mr. Mathematician, you always masturbating all the time. So does your calculation show that it is 8 inches per mile squared, this curvature that you supposedly measured? If so, please show your work. You won't.
A flat Earth, that angle should be 0, right?
No.
The object, it gets smaller as it goes further away, doesn't it?
It does, but why does it drop below eye level?
Because it's smaller.
So in your starting video, you showed row of streetlights, right?
Yeah.
You see what he did there? Then why does it drop below eye level? Okay, he didn't catch it. He didn't catch what he did. Ruhif said, then why does it drop below eye level? It doesn't drop below eye level. It shrinks at eye level. This is this kind of fucking trickery that they pull.
The top of the streetlights ramp down towards eye level.
Yeah.
What happens to the base of the streetlights?
Towards the horizon. They actually, at the end, look like they touch the horizon.
Right, but is it the horizon at eye level? If your drawing's just streetlights in perspective view,
right?
Yeah, the horizon's at eye level, right?
Well, it depends. Like it's an optical location, but okay.
The vanishing point. Well, yeah, whatever.
Yeah, vanishing point. Yeah.
Okay, but the bases of those streetlights, they ramp up to the vanishing point.
The bases.
The base, like the ground.
Oh, yeah,
base,
I suppose so.
Yeah. Okay.
Right.
All right. So why does this mountain, which is at your eye level, fall below eye level when the base of the mountain ramps up to eye level?
Because it's smaller.
So the base, if the base of these streetlights ramps up to eye level, so the base is at eye level, and you're saying the top is now below eye level, you've got an upside down mountain. Do you see that?
No. Why would it be upside down?
Because you said the base ramps up to eye level. Yes.
Right.
Your base is at eye level. The base of the mountain.
It depends. Like the streetlights thing I gave you. I don't think that the camera is actually horizontal. It's looking up at the streetlights to see them.
That's
right.
That's okay.
Yeah. So if you're looking
up horizontal,
so it's like if you're looking at a star in the sky, right? That's not the horizon anymore, right?
Sure.
But it's very far away still, right?
Yes. How far away? Sorry.
So why wouldn't a mountain that's far away, 30 miles, get smaller due to perspective?
Yeah, the angular size does get smaller, right? But the top of it.
So why wouldn't you?
It's at your eye level.
Yeah.
Why does it drop? Why does that point drop?
Smaller.
It doesn't drop.
Okay, we'll start again.
It doesn't
with
drop.
your street lights.
Hold on a fucking minute. Hold on a fucking minute. It doesn't drop. He just made that up and threw it in there. It doesn't drop. It just gets smaller. This guy, man. Intellectually dishonest little piece of shit. I'll tell you what.
The top of the street lights ramp down to eye level, and the bottom ramps up to eye level.
Mm-hmm. You're on the mountain, right?
Yes.
Okay. If we were on top of the street lights, then what would happen?
They would look perfectly straight. Yes, straight across. They wouldn't ramp down.
You'd look down. You're looking down. Yes, you would.
No, you don't.
If you're standing on top of a street light, you wouldn't look down to see the other street lights.
If I'm at the same level as the street lights, they will just be a straight line.
If you're standing on top, you're saying standing on top of a mountain, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. If we're standing on top of street lights, looking down at
it's still going to be a fucking straight line. It's not going to be an arc.
This isn't even a debate. It's like Ruhip is just jacking around. It's like really weird in his words. He's just like jacking this dude around. This isn't a debate.
Right, it isn't. Because he's absolutely saying, well, if my eyes were in line with the streetlights, when that other guy clearly said if you're standing on top of the streetlights.
Yeah, and he's trying to disprove that guy's counter thing, like with the coin or whatever, claiming his is now under the guise of Mitchell or whoever this other dude is who Ruhif's claiming camera was tilted up. Now he's saying that because the other guy did it, he gets to claim Mitchell's camera being tipped up. It falls under this other dude's thing, saying his is wrong because it's just like Ruhif is just jacking around, man. He's not debating.
He is being incredibly deceptive, and he thinks nobody can see through the bullshit. There's a saying I grew up with: "You're a pain, but I can see through you."
Yeah, see, that's why every time I catch him doing it, I pick it out.
Yes.
Every time I catch him doing it. And it's like, look, dude, he'll say, well, then why does this happen when it's something that doesn't happen? You know, the other guy's trying to figure out why does that happen when it doesn't. He just told you that it does.
And repeatedly abuse what's actually being said.
Yeah, well, they do that a lot. That's one of their little tactics. But
standing on top of the street light is different than standing with your eyes at eye level as a street light. You know, it's two different freaking things. But that's where he's trying to confuse the listener with using this kind of deception, manipulation.
I want to give Angel Z props on this though, because of he's relatively new in this. You know, he said that maybe a year and a half, 2 years, maybe doing this a year and a half, really getting into it in the last year and a half. And so he's relatively new to it. And of course, that was kind of evident in his opening, but that's cool. That's cool. Keep going. Right. And I think he's holding his own pretty good with Ruhip. I would have done a little differently in this because I would have called him out on this fucking two-dimensional orthographic bullshit. I would have called him.
Yeah, it seems like Ruhip is like disingenuous.
Yes,
or something like that in what he's doing. It's like he's just like totally disingenuous. Like that's what I want to say about it.
that's you know, and I just tell these jokers all the time. I'm like, look, man, your globe is scientifically impossible for a whole shitload of reasons, man. Right at the basics. Right at the basics. One, of course, no gas pressure without containment. And of course, they go gradient. Can't have a gradient without a container either, hon. You know, well, gravity. Okay, then show gravity causing air to have a downward bias. Go for it. Let's see it. In fact, while you're at it, since you claim space is a vacuum, which is impossible without containment, I want you to do that and show it in a vacuum.
We wouldn't have no water.
No.
Because water and air are made up basically the same things.
Well, and water wouldn't even know which way to flow on a spinning, tilted planet. Spinning, tilted. I don't even know why this Jeranism thing is called debateism, because it's like, that's almost like disingenuous in itself too, because just the way Ruhif is treating this guy, this isn't a debate according to me, the way I see it. This isn't a debate. This dude is like jacking him with questions and this, that, and the other thing. And why'd it fall below it when it didn't? And then now he's putting claims on the other guy going, well, you just made it upside down mountain. Dude, you're just jacking him around.
He's having a good time because he knows this guy's kind of new and he can use all his old tricks and shit. But I've been punching his fucking tricks in the eye every time he brings one up. So I don't think he'd get by with this bullshit with me. Anyway.
He wouldn't.
No.
If there's other streetlights at the same level, would you be looking down?
Am I above the streetlights?
Yes.
And check his math here. This is wrong. He's wrong on this. Right? So let's, I think, what was it? My wife, I don't have my calculator here, but we were looking at, I forget which one it was that he was saying that it doesn't work out right. It doesn't work out right. Anyways, it's more of the intellectual dishonesty that he comes up with. Anyway.
Yes, I'll be looking down.
Well,
and they would be
answer.
ramping up.
There's your answer.
Yeah, they'd be ramping up to our level.
There's your answer.
All right, let's go on.
You're looking down. You're looking down.
I'm not sure that's an answer.
You're looking down.
I give
I'm
you
above
very
it.
Simple.
And it's ramping up.
Angel, go with your next question, number 2.
Yep.
So every 6 months, the day and night flip. I'm sure you looked at that.
Yep, I did.
Do you need me to explain it again, or should?
No. I've answered it.
All right.
So in your question, you say the Earth rotates once every 24 hours. That is technically incorrect. All right. The Earth rotates. Well, sorry. It takes 24 hours for the Earth to spin around and face the.
This is another thing that pisses me off with these people. Well, it's not really 1,000 miles an hour, and it's so many rotations per hour, or so many rotations per day. One rotation, want to take it down to RPMs, right?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, tangential speed is still fucking tangential speed. I don't give a fuck how many RPMs it is. All right? That's all. Okay, tangential speed is going to be there. And calling it RPMs doesn't fucking slow it down. More of their fucking trickery.
The sun again.
How long, sir?
24 hours for the Earth to turn to face the same point of the sun again.
Right.
Right. That is not 360 degrees. Okay. So we are rotating and we are also in an orbit.
Orbiting.
Did he just say that a complete rotation of a globe is not 360 degrees?
Yep. He sure did.
No.
What did he
No,
say?
he said for it to get facing the sun again. That's why Ruhif is jacking this dude around in what he's saying, because he's saying to get back to face the sun. So he's not claiming it's exactly the same place. So it's like a trick of the words. It's like, so he's not really saying that 360 degree spin isn't a 24 hours. Because that's why he said, well, that's technically not correct to say that it takes 24 hours for the Earth to spin back around to face the sun at the same spot because we're doing an orbit. So it's not going to face the sun at the same spot. It's like Ruhif's just jacking around.
This guy's full of
It's
shit.
weird.
He is. He's completely full of shit.
Yeah. Yeah. So at 12 o'clock one day, right, we start spinning, blah, blah, blah. We're also moving around in orbit. Okay. So when we have done a full 360 degrees, we're not actually pointing at the sun again. We have to rotate a little bit further to point back at the sun. I'll put
that would mean each day is consecutively longer.
Right. But he's also saying now he's not saying, now see how he changed it, because now he's saying it takes us to turn back at the sun. No, but he's leaving out. We won't turn back at the same spot in the sun where we were because we're doing a 360. He's saying we're not turning back at the sun. We are too turning back at the sun. We're just not turning back at the same spot we would have been looking at the sun if we weren't orbiting it.
Mm-hmm.
Because we're still turning around looking at the sun. It's just not the same spot because he's claiming we're in a 360 degree orbit around the sun. So every day we turn back towards the sun, we're not looking at the same exact spot of the sun we were looking at the day before because we're in a 365 day orbit around the sun. See, he's like,
he just said that that it didn't turn. It didn't make
right.
that 24 hours in a day.
That's why I'm saying he's just jacking this. He's just jacking around. It's like he's just using these words and just saying stuff. And it's like, dude, he's trying to make sense.
Right?
Yeah. And it's like that. He makes sense in one thing that he says, but he can't bring it into the next thing that he says because he won't make sense. So he changes it up slightly to keep his words going. But he's now, and I don't want to say nonsense, but it's sensical nonsense. If you're not paying attention, you don't see it. But it's like, it's almost like attorneys. Sometimes they talk in like sensical nonsense. It's so nonsensical that they think that it makes sense by making sense of something they weren't really making sense about a minute ago. But it sounds right, but it's not right.
It's a large load of bahui, twiddle twaddle, and
there you go.
So you're saying this? So you're saying the Earth rotates more than to adjust for it, right?
Yeah, a solar day is about 361 degrees of rotation, and a sidereal day is 360 degrees.
Okay.
Right, so can you see on the screen?
Yeah.
How that makes sense?
If the Earth is on an elliptical orbit, then you realize that the Earth would have to speed up and slow down, right?
Yep.
The Earth speeds up and slows down in your model.
But we don't feel any deceleration or acceleration while traveling at these phenomenal rates of speed. No inertia. None. Nope. None whatsoever. You don't feel it because of math.
G-force.
Somebody masturbated on their idea and decided that this shit was why you don't feel it.
Yes. It's called the equation of time. Yes, it happens. Yep.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Never heard of it.
Okay. Anyway, just
probably because it was made up. That's why.
So
yeah, so sidereal day on the screen. Sidereal day is 23 hours, 56 minutes, and 4 seconds. That is exactly 360 degrees of rotation.
Right.
And then there's a couple of minutes.
Yeah. So you're saying that it takes 23 hours and 56 minutes to rotate? Is that right?
360 degrees, yes.
Okay. The thing is, we don't set our clocks to 23 hours and 56 minutes.
Correct.
So why wouldn't night and day flip if we don't set our clocks to that?
Our clocks are 24 hours. That is the time it takes for us to point back at the sun again.
You just said it wasn't.
All right.
You just said it wasn't. And now you say it is. You just said that you didn't go 360 degrees. Now you are telling me you went 360 degrees to face the sun. Make up your fucking mind, Ruhif. He must think nobody's going to pay him.
360 degrees.
23 minutes and 56, 23 hours, 56 minutes, or 24 hours is the time.
23 hours, 56. 24 hours is a solar day. So looking back at the sun, that's more than 360 degrees.
Right. So that means the Earth has to speed up and slow down, which we don't feel.
No, not relevant.
Well, it is.
No. The rotation doesn't slow down. You're talking about the orbital speed.
No. I'm talking about the rotation of the Earth would have to speed up and slow down. Yes, it would. You're in an elliptical orbit.
Look, I just said we're talking about the rotation of the Earth, not the orbit. The orbit speeds up.
Yeah, but they're doing that at the same time, asshole. You can't work with them each independently. You have to incorporate both motions. Why does he not? He thinks nobody else realizes that. Okay? That's an insult to my intelligence. You have to take both of those motions into account. You also have to take into account all of the motions. You can't just go, oh, it works like this time. And then over here, when we're talking about this, it works like this. And when we're talking about this, it looks like this. These assholes are all the time, show me a model. And I'm like, show me one single model you have that works. You have a different model for each one of your fucking problems. And none of them work together.
And as the sun moves away from the north in our winter months, it's just because it's a little farther away. So that shortens our day.
Mm-hmm.
What a dork.
Less daylight. But
right.
It's because of a tilt. Wobbling and like a testicle in a jar of water.
And slows down. The rotation doesn't.
Did you say something, Moonbounce? I thought Moonbounce said
something. No, I didn't say nothing.
Oh, it must have been on this thing here.
The rotation would have to speed up and slow down.
Why?
Because to adjust for the elliptical orbit.
Oh, why? Yes. I don't understand why.
So hang on, in your mind, a solar day is 24 hours, right?
Yes.
A sidereal day, meaning how fast the stars spin, is 23 hours, 56 minutes.
Sure.
So, yeah, that's what it is. That's why it's called sidereal, because stars, right?
Sure.
So like it still doesn't work out. How would like you're saying that the Earth rotates how much in degrees
for a solar day?
Y'all see what this says down here at the bottom of that? Notice that if you multiply those missing 3 minutes and 56 seconds by 6 months, you'll find the missing 12 hours. Well, why are we doing that? Why are you multiplying it by anything? You don't have an accurate reading? Jesus Christ almighty, these people.
Or reality.
Well, they're both reality. There's different measurements. Like for it to rotate and point back to the sun is 24 hours. That's what we've defined it as.
Really?
That's 24 hours. Yeah. For it to rotate 360 degrees.
How much degrees is that?
About 361.
It's 361.
Yes.
So that's why that's why it should change speed. You realize that, right?
No, the orbit changes speed. The orbit changes speed. The Earth rotation does not.
Right. So how do we not feel this motion, that change, if we're actually moving in space?
Because we're on it and it's a free fall motion.
Go.
So, hey, see that diagram right there? See the blue ball?
Yeah.
And you see the red arrow, right? So if that blue ball rotated 360 degrees back to point where that red arrow is pointing, and let's say now that blue ball is orbiting in that second picture and where that red one is, so in 360 or 24 hours, that ball would turn and be pointing where that red arrow is. It's not pointing like back at the sun. So their whole point is like, well, okay, so even in 24 hours, it's not pointing back at the sun, even if it's going to be on this elliptical thing. So for me, just trying to figure out, well, when they're talking about the clock or where's these hours and that half a day missing or night turning into daytime, it's like just confusing to see if that red arrow was where it points every time. Let's say that the planet rotates one time, even going around this thing, they're trying to claim, well, when you get over here, it's still going to be pointing up.
Hmm.
It's
Well,
never going to be pointing back to the sun anyway. The only time it's ever going to point back to the sun where it was pointing is in the first picture.
it's going to be the same place at the same time with the equal amount of rotation. He's full of shit, and I'm going to explain to you why. You can do it yourself in a really short little mind experiment we're going to do right now. With this diagram, I want you to put yourself in place of that blue ball. And I want you to replace the center right there, that sun, with the center of a merry-go-round. Okay? Now, as you're going around on the merry-go-round, facing the center, each time that you turn around, you will have to turn 360 degrees in order to face that center again. Every time, without hesitation. Okay? And it's always going to be 360. Always 360. Every fucking time. You can try it yourself. You're not going to go 361 degrees because you're going around the center. That's ridiculous. And if what he's saying is true, on an elliptical orbit, this would change drastically and then come back. And it doesn't do that. So, Ruhif, once again, you're full of shit with your mind fuckery. 100%. Does that make sense? Does that example make sense? I mean, I think it does. If
Of
you
course
just
it makes
think
sense.
of this as a merry-go-round, you're the little blue ball. You're facing the center.
It's
You
like the
turn
timing
in
on a
circles.
car. It's like a timing on a car. It's got to
Right.
be right there on that spot.
You're
If
going
you
to
want
have
the
to
timing.
this,
And
this
it takes
ball.
to go all the way around one full resolution.
Right. You're going to have to go 360 degrees to face the center every fucking time.
Yep.
It's never going to change. Just because you're moving, it's not going to change. I can see how people would think that, but all you have to do is do this, do it. You can do it in reality if you want to, if you got a local playground nearby, if they still allow having that toy on the playground. But no, if you're standing on the edge right there of the merry-go-round and you're facing dead nuts in the center, while it's rotating, you are going to have to turn exactly 360 degrees every time in order to face the middle again. And I don't care how fast you spin it. Now, when you put it on an elliptical orbit, you're going to start doing this, but he doesn't show in an elliptical orbit here at all. Okay. But on an elliptical orbit, now you're going to run into some drastic problems. Okay. And as Angel Z had pointed out, and Ruhif dismissed all of a sudden, you would feel a change in tangential velocity. That would definitely have an effect on you. You would definitely feel that shit because we're talking about an average speed of approximately Mach 88, man.
It would be extremely windy at all times too, wouldn't it?
Right. I mean, criminy.
That's one. And secondly, it would be incredibly tiny.
Yeah. Well.
Yeah. Well,
okay, Ruhif, your second question.
Oh, yeah, good. What is my second question? Second question is, which mountain should be higher? If you have been in this debate for any sort of length of time, you would have seen the world record photograph. So you are standing on top of Pic de Fenestrelane.
Yeah, of course, I don't have to point it out, but I will, once again, using two-dimensional orthographic geometry to describe a hyperbolic geometric effect. Ruhif, you're pitiful. Stop.
Looking across to Grand Ferrand and Pic Gaspard, which one should appear higher, assuming the Earth is flat?
Assuming the Earth is flat.
Show your work.
I think the second one should appear slightly higher.
Okay. I agree.
Yeah. Yeah.
Would you like to see my calculations?
Sure.
Yep, they're on the screen. So this is for a flat Earth. We've got Grand Ferrand is 68 meters shorter. So it's a very, very tiny angle below eye level and below horizontal. Pic Gaspard is 1,000 meters higher and 0.14 degrees higher. So yeah, I agree. On a flat Earth, it should appear higher. Have you seen the photo?
No.
Oh, okay.
Didn't even look at it.
Okay, cool. That is Grand Ferrand there, and that is Pic Gaspard. Grand Ferrand appears much higher than Pic Gaspard because the Earth is a globe.
Right. So you can put a math equation to a flat surface like my kitchen table, make into a sphere, right?
No, I can't do that. How do I
Why
do
not?
that? Please show me how to do that.
But I showed you objects disappearing over a flat table, bottom up.
Right. And I've explained why that is.
Your explanation is just, nah, you get that, right?
I've given you an explanation. The camera is very slightly below.
No,
pointed upwards.
It's not pointed upwards.
You said
that was an accusation that wasn't a rebuttal. Ruhif. You saying that he's using trickery or pointing his camera up is a baseless claim. Okay? So stop it.
That's my explanations are nah. You literally just said no. Okay. All right.
Yes.
It's been demonstrated. I will dig that up for you after the debate.
Okay.
You can see my camera again anyway if you want to.
Yeah, 1 second.
Okay.
Oops.
Did he answer that? Yes, right? He gave you his answer.
Yeah.
Okay, Angel, your third question.
The horizon is an optical location. I think that was my question. So if you're
sorry.
So if you're at 120 feet in elevation, how far down do you expect to look? And then I'd like to show a video.
Cool. 1 second. Share screen. I had a visitor, so I had to kick him out.
I'm glad you guys are talking about the mirror shit in the Disney cartoon, because it's awful crazy, because the translated versions of it say mirror and not magic mirror. It's only changed in the English version so far. Oh my God, not a circle of despair.
All right, sharing again.
Okay.
Oh boy.
All right, so I made this in GeoGebra just for shits and giggles. You can set the observer height here, and you can play with how much refraction there is. This light radius of 45,000 kilometers equates to what we use as 7/6R in the curve calculator, and we get an angle down to the horizon of 5.67 degrees.
There's
That's my answer.
something called
So
GeoGebra.
is the horizon?
What?
There's something called GeoGebra in math.
It's a website.
Oh, okay. I was
Isn't
like,
that
what the hell?
Yeah, I know. Well, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they made up some bullshit too.
I have to question things
Yeah,
when I
man.
hear them and they don't make sense.
No, this is basically that's off of some website or anything.
All right.
And once again, though, we see what's he doing? What's he doing here? He's using two-dimensional orthographic geometry to explain hyperbolic geometry, which is what we see in. So I wish I was sitting there going, God, I wish this was me right now. I would be fucking him up with this shit. Holy cow. But
Optical location or optical?
I don't see those two words as mutually exclusive. I can do geometry on the horizon, right? It appears in an apparent position, so it's not in its actual position. Yep.
It never is, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
But it's also geometric in your world, right?
When you say geometric, do you
it's
mean
like a location?
Can I do geometry on it? Yes.
A location that's there that drops down.
Yes. It is a physical location, but due to refraction, it appears in an apparent position.
Due to refraction.
Yes.
So if we see 10 times further than the geometric location, is the Earth 10 times
Can you
bigger?
clarify what you mean by geometric? Do you mean unrefracted?
A physical location.
The refracted horizon is a physical location. What do you mean by geometric?
geometric, the 8 inches per mile squared that you use. That's a
unrefracted.
physical. That's a physical location, right?
Yep.
If
so is the refracted horizon. Yep.
If it's a ball, it has a physical curvature to it.
Yep. The refracted horizon is also a physical location.
So your answer here is at 120,000 feet. This is this to scale, like this lines here?
My thing on the screen, yes. Yep.
Yeah. So you should be looking down at the horizon quite a few degrees,
Yes.
right?
Yep.
Cool. Can I share my screen now?
Yes. I'll have to stop sharing.
Let's see.
Oops.
And we'll go right to your last question here, Ruhifer, after this video. There you go.
We're going 2,000 miles an hour! Guys. Oh, wow. Okay, we're good. Loosen. Oh my gosh! Oh, guys, we're floating.
Is that Dude Perfect guy?
Wait, look at this guy. Oh, guys. All right, now take it in, guys. Look. See the curvature of the earth.
There it is. 70,000 feet.
So
The door stop, Felix.
you can see here, it's lifted to eye level, right?
Is it? How did you measure that?
Okay, I don't.
Well, look at it. Should you be able to see the horizon through that little capsule hole in your world?
5 degrees.
Or should you have to go out and see it?
5 degrees is not much.
I almost wait.
About 2 millimeters above the surface.
So in your world, the Earth has a geometric curvature that hides objects, right, at ground level.
When you say geometric, I assume you mean unrefracted.
Okay, call it that.
Unrefracted.
How high up do you need to be to actually see this curvature?
So you're talking left to right curvature or hidden obstruction curvature?
Does the ball only curve in one direction or all directions?
No, all directions, right?
I just put a comment on this video and I said that that Ruhef uses a trick that you should all be aware of. And I explained exactly what I've said a number of times here, him using two-dimensional orthographic geometry to describe what should be used with hyperbolic geometry, because we don't, it's so stupid. It's deceptive because it doesn't take in the perspective. In other words, the hyperbolic vision that we have, everything going kind of in a cone, kind of into a cone. Even straight lines are going to go straight like this and converge down. They're going to all go to this one point. So when you try to show that in two-dimensional orthographics, it doesn't work. You need an isometric view from the viewer, okay, in order to get what's actually happening. So he's very, very deceptive. So I put that in the comments. I want people to be aware of that, because there's a lot of these jokers use that bullshit. You see, a lot of them. Okay. And I need people to be aware when they pull that shit out, that they need to understand perspective and then tell them why. Okay. Tell them why this is deceptive. See,
he also uses feigning stupidity to pretend he doesn't comprehend.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's so transparent.
Yeah.
But are you talking about objects being obstructed bottom up or left to right curvature?
Left to right. Left to right.
So that the higher the better. it depends a lot on field of view, mainly, and altitude. So you can see it from a plane.
If we sent, we could see.
Well, we're getting away. We're getting away from the original question. So let's go ahead and have Ruhith answer or ask his last one.
So what was my last one?
I don't remember.
Oh, third. My third question. I have to read this off. Hold on 1 second.
This guy, man. Come on. He comes off like he's a nice guy, but I'll tell you what, I don't like dishonesty, and this motherfucker is really dishonest. He really is.
My third question was about Canigou, and it was you were standing on a hill north of Marseille in France at 333 meters, looking at Canigou, which is 2,785 meters and 265 kilometers away. Assuming a flat Earth, how much of Canigou do you predict is blocked by the horizon? And again, just for Benny Boy, show your work.
Almost all of it, if not all of it. But I'm assuming most of it. Yes.
Blocked?
Yeah.
Did you show your work?
No, I don't need to show my work over a flat surface to make objects disappear.
Okay, can I just share a...
Can you do maths on my kitchen table and make it a sphere?
No, I can't.
But I made objects disappear bottom up on it.
Yeah, well, again, please model that.
You can say no all you want, but the camera doesn't rise up as I zoom in. You know that, right?
Well, where's my camera? It's out of camera.
Like it's on a stand that has a bubble level on it. The camera would not rise up.
And what's the sensitivity of that bubble level?
If anything, it will dip down because the camera's really heavy and it dips down.
It would be a very, very small degree and probably imperceptible except over a very, very long distance. Okay. Which is one of my complaints about the Cavendish experiment. But nevertheless, that's it's not even an experiment. Where's the science part? That's what I'm wondering. Anyway, I wouldn't even defend it, Angel. I wouldn't even defend that fucking shit about a goddamn camera lens.
Yeah, I will show you.
Have you
the video.
Have you held the P1000 before?
No, P900. I know that.
He wants to look through a crappy fucking theodolite and tell you there's a curve in the earth, but he's going to sit there and tell you, oh, yeah, you angled up your camera and shit. You fucking dishonest bitch.
They're very heavy.
Super heavy. Yeah.
You zoom in. As you hold it with no stand, you zoom in and your hand will go like this. That's how heavy it is.
Yeah.
So if anything, my camera dipped down and I could still see over my flat table.
I will dig out the video.
Let's go into claims. And Angel, you should do a third perspective of that camera.
I did. It was in the video. It was in the intro. And he still
maybe I didn't
denies
see
it.
it. I'll have to watch it again.
He still denies it.
Okay, let's go to claims. And I don't want to get stuck in any loops. So if I hear the same thing that we were talking about in the questions, I'll probably move us on.
Well,
just,
all three of these questions were the same question.
Well, what I mean is if we go back and forth.
It's because the geometry thing is his fucking one. He's a one-trick pony. And I just shot that fucking pony in the ass. Okay? That pony ain't going to gallop no more. Okay? I put a link to hyperbolic geometry in the chat. Y'all go ahead and click on that. Take a look at it. All right? They're using, it's non-Euclidean. All right? He's trying to use this guy. He's a deceptive, and that's his one trick. He's a one-trick pony, and I just took his fucking trick away.
Again, if you bring up the camera and he says no, it wasn't level, and you say yes, it was, then I'm just going to move on because we've already determined that is the case. That you're saying it was level, he says it was not. So let's go with your first claim. You've got 2 minutes.
My first claim was the gas pressure thing. So you cannot show me a gas pressure next to a vacuum, coexisting next to a vacuum, without a solid barrier between them.
Okay, so we already know what their argument's going to be. There's a fucking gradient, blah 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 blah. I don't even invoke a vacuum. Okay, I'm going to take that right out of the fucking equation. All right. Because I want to see you show me a gas pressure system without containment. I don't give a fuck if you do it in a vacuum. if you do it in the air, the ambient air, I don't give a shit. You do it any which way you want to. Okay. So I don't even invoke the vacuum, because then they're going to go off into this nonsense about it just feathering off to nothing, which of course is impossible. For there to be any pressure, there has to be some pressing. Okay. And nothing can't press on something. All right. Because they'll go right then in their next breath and tell you about dropping shit in a vacuum chamber. Well, make up your fucking mind here. God damn.
Obviously, we could model this. We could build a vacuum chamber, put a barrier between, have air pressure in one, have a vacuum in another. So we can model that. But your argument is the Earth does this magically because gravity.
It's not magic.
How does it do it?
Right, we have a downward acceleration.
Is the downward acceleration due to gravity or due to electrostatics? Really?
I honestly don't care. Honestly,
really?
don't care. Yeah.
No, you have to care because it's
you don't get to dictate what my positions are. Right?
Okay, well, can I tell you
I
that?
don't care about Einsteinian gravity. I don't care.
He don't care about Einsteinian gravity because it doesn't work with his fucking narrative. He doesn't care that these physicists that he touts have shit canned Newtonian gravity. Okay, he don't care about that. He's still going to cling on to it. So it's like they got two gravities now. Okay, they got Newtonian gravity and Einsteinian gravity, and they're going to invoke whichever one makes them feel better at the given moment.
Right.
Holy shit. I mean, the amount of mental hoops that a poor motherfucker have to go through to believe the bullshit of living on a ball spinning through fucking space is astounding. No wonder these people's minds are so frazzled, man. No wonder.
We should. We can make objects float. We can make objects float with electrostatics. Can you do
is that your second claim? Is that your first claim or second claim?
First. Can you demonstrate someone using gravity to make objects float?
Yes. Helium balloon.
Really?
Done. Done.
So
what's so funny about that?
So buoyancy.
Helium balloon? Gravity is making a helium balloon go up? How? Because you slipped the word gravity into Archimedes' formula? You slipped the word gravity in there and said weight due to gravity. Right? You assume the cause of the weight, slipped it into Archimedes' principle, which predates fucking Newton cookie head by almost 2,000 years, man.
That was funny. That guy caught it too, just lickety split.
Yep.
The density of the electrostatics is now gravity.
Okay, as I asked before, what is the formula for buoyancy? Is there a little downward acceleration in there?
No, there's an upward.
No,
and it's A. It's A.
Yeah, that's fine.
A. Yeah.
That's fine.
Acceleration.
Whatever the acceleration is, there is a downward acceleration.
So you can use your G, replace it with an A for acceleration, or whatever. It's an effect. It's an observed effect. It doesn't prove the cause. And these assholes always say that. Well, it's in the buoyancy formula. What's it say? Weight due to gravity. You assumed the fucking cause. Okay? Your assumptions don't carry shit.
Acceleration. That's all we have to agree on.
For buoyancy.
Yes.
So
do we agree there's a downward acceleration?
Buoyancy means, like, if I let go of a helium balloon, it's accelerating upwards, right?
Yes. Because?
Yeah, of electrostatics.
No, because it's because it's less dense than the medium that it's in. That's it. Electrostatics, in my opinion, are merely what set the condition. Okay? It's not the reason. It sets the direction. Dense is down, not dense is up. In real simple fucking terms. The condition is set. So therefore, what you have is as the electrostatics are setting the condition, the buoyancy and density are sorting it out. That's all. Not a fucking hard thing to do. Really crazy. I got some shit out of the dryer the other day and I shook this towel so I could fold it, and it fell back because I forgot to put one of them sheets in. And the thing fell back. It fell against my legs. It didn't fall toward the floor. It like sucked right to my legs. And I was like, look, I got gravity on me.
Well, you know, they also stated something. I want to bring this up before I forget it.
It was a heavy towel too.
Helium. They said helium was becoming more rare. Why is it then so inexpensive at the grocery store so you can fill up birthday party balloons? You know, you can go get those canister things and everything, and they're trying to tell people that, oh, helium is rare and blah blah blah. It's bullshit.
Well, of course it is, and the thing is it's just the fact that the large majority of helium goes to, guess who? That's right, NASA, the largest consumer of helium on Earth. Okay, that should tell people something.
Yeah,
it really should, but it won't, because like I said, they're putting the carrot down the stick. As I think I talked about it at the beginning of the show. They're the carrot on the stick. It's still on the stick. Because remember, we were supposed to go to the moon this year, right? 2024. Yeah. You flat earthers are going to be sorry when they go to the moon in 2024. Now they've postponed it to 2025. 2026. Now, like I told you, they ain't going, man. They're going to keep dangling that fucking stick in front of your face, and you're going to keep grasping for it. And when it finally comes to be, oh, this year, 2055, we're definitely going to the moon. You know, fuck you people, man.
They were saying that in the 80s.
Yeah, I know. I know. Crazy shit.
Because there is a downward acceleration.
You have to prove a downward acceleration of air, Ruha.
Displacing.
Float. Yeah. We can make objects float with electrostatics. You can never do this with gravity.
Hang on. I thought that was your second claim.
No, let's go to your first claim, Angel. I mean, Ruhif.
Yeah. His first claim was gas pressure without a container, not electrostatics. Like I said,
let's deal with it.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, Ruhif,
I know, but they're not separate things. Can I actually answer that? His actual claim?
Oh, sure. I thought you were answering it.
Yeah. Well, so can you prove that things fall and float due to gravity and not electrostatics?
Well, we'll get to proof. Gravity? If you want to talk about proof, we can do that as well.
And I thought that's your third claim too, by the way. That's your third claim is about items dropping.
He's jumping.
Let's stick to the first one that you asked. Can you do a gas pressure without a container?
Yeah. All right. So he gave an example then of, let's have a little pressure, have a little vacuum chamber, and then open the container and the gas rushes out. Of course it does. No one denies that. Yeah, but it's a contained environment, and you got a vacuum inside and gas pressure outside. No one disagrees with that.
No. Well, anyway.
Okay, we have a demonstrable.
I'm not using the Earth.
Okay, but we do have a demonstrable pressure gradient in
which cannot exist without containment. I don't know what these numbskulls think, but I had somebody tell me they could put propane in a bucket on Twitter. I'm not shitting you. I'm not shitting you. I says, do it. Put it on video. I want to see this shit. Go. Do it. Let's see.
I was like, do funny wanting you to put butane in a cup.
I know, right? I know, right?
Sometimes their retardedness just makes you have to laugh.
Right?
That's ridiculous.
God damn. And the thing is what they don't like with it is that we have to take our reading once the gas has reached the temperature, the ambient temperature too, because it's going to fall if it's cold. If it's very cold, it's going to fall, of course, because it's compressed together. It's contracted, right? It just came from a condensed state. Okay. Needs time for entropy. See, there's another variable that's involved. Time. People don't get this, man. That's why these fucking idiots don't know how to do science. They really don't. They don't understand how to take into account all the variables, identify these variables, be able to, they just don't know how to do it. They like that idiot Craig, Mr. Spunk Eater. That's a nasty son of a bitch. Like the flat earth guy?
I think they know. They just like being asses. That's just
I
a lot
think,
of
I
fun.
think, I think they got in trouble for some fucking shit, and
That's
this is some
possible
kind of
too.
deal they cut, man. I seriously think that.
It's a possibility. I don't put anything past people anymore. I learned the hard way too early.
Sue's gonna do that with the propane. Don't smoke while you're doing it. She's gonna do the experiment right now. Let us know how that works out. God damn. Right.
In the atmosphere, it's 14.7 psi at the surface, and it just keeps getting lower as you go up.
Right. So why doesn't that fill the vacuum?
Because there's a downward acceleration.
Right.
Okay. Well, then you're gonna have to prove. You're gonna have to prove air having a downward acceleration due to gravity. That's all there is. You just made a claim that air has a downward acceleration due to gravity. You're going to have to prove that shit,
But
Ruhip.
he just contradicted that with he says it's rising up. And then he contradicted himself with it pressing down. Oh, crazy fucker.
Yeah, he's talking about the atmos, which he calls it an atmosphere. And I think that's a stupid term. Of course, it's a stupid term. Gas ball, air ball. That's what that means. Air ball, atmosphere. Have you ever seen air in a ball? Of course not. Nobody has. Gases don't assume shapes unless they assume the shape of the container that they're in. So call something an atmosphere, you might as well just as easily call it an atmos cube or an atmos dodecahedron. You know, I mean, come on, that's stupid. Gases don't form fucking shapes, man. And you can never are going to be able to prove that your fictitious source gravity, okay, which you haven't proven yet, even if you don't want to accept the new Einsteinian gravity and go with the other, it doesn't matter either way. You cannot prove this fictitious gravity. Okay. You can hypothesize and postulate all you want to, but you can't. And worst part, you cannot prove air having a downward bias due to gravity. You can't show air having a downward bias for anything other than being denser or colder and density due to coldness. That's all you're going to be able to do. And then guess what? It's not going to fall at 9.8 meters per second squared. I will guarantee you that. And that is the thing you all hang your hat on, is that rate of acceleration. So let's go. Show your downward acceleration of air. Can't be.
So if I have gases, right, in a container, and I'm on the surface of the Earth, and I open the container where gravity is the strongest, it will seek equilibrium with the rest of the Earth.
Will it?
So what? So yes. So why doesn't that? So why, when gravity is weaker, why doesn't it just fill the vacuum?
Okay, you said it would seek equilibrium. We have a 14.7 psi pressure at the surface, and however small you want to accept, let's say it's half a psi at 120,000 feet. That hasn't equalized, has it?
Obviously, because it's contained.
Oh, what is the requirement for a container? What does it stop?
The pressure. Holds the pressure.
Stops it equalizing. All right.
Right.
What is, when this pressure gradient, is there a reason that the pressure stops decreasing, or will it just decrease until it gets to effectively zero?
Probably not.
Like close to zero, very close to zero?
Close to zero, maybe.
Yeah. Okay.
Not zero.
So if there's a barrier where the pressure is effectively zero, very close to zero, it does nothing. It's not required.
Testing.
Yes, it is.
What's it doing? If there's no pressure up there, what is it doing?
If there's no container next to a vacuum, then the pressure will equalize with the vacuum.
There's no air up there. It's not doing. It's not stopping any air particles.
Do you know how strong the vacuum is in space? It's huge. Yeah. We can recreate vacuum here. We can recreate a vacuum on Earth, and we need concrete walls like this, right? So yes, we do, to hold it because it's so strong. And the one in space is claimed to be almost double that.
You can't have 0.1 next to 0. It's never going to happen. I don't care. It's not going to fucking happen. Something has to create the pressure, and without the barrier, it's going to expand and fill the empty space. Never going to do it. And this is why I challenge all globers to demonstrate a gas pressure system without containment through demonstrable and repeatable experimentation. This is a claim of a physical impossibility. That's a positive claim. That positive claim needs to be proven. So that's out there. Open challenge. Anybody that wants to come on here and prove that they can have a gas pressure without containment, go for it. And don't do like McToon and have an invisible column of fucking air. That was the most ridiculous shit I ever saw in my life. Okay? That'd be like standing in a pool and going, look, I'm holding a ball of water. No.
Well, isn't there already a thing out there where they'll pay somebody to prove that?
Oh, yeah, it ain't nobody ever going to get paid on it. Because you can't be done.
Impossible.
That's right.
Yeah. Do you understand?
Why, if we don't have a physical barrier between air pressure, why would it not equalize?
Let's say this is going to be a little bit of a condescending physics lesson.
You mean, because let's face it, right out there at that edge where it's feathering off to nothing, that's where the gravity's effect on the earth, on the atmos, would be the weakest. It'd be the strongest closer to the earth, and there's at the weakest point, right? So it's not helping your case, Ruhef.
Why don't we lose all our atmosphere? Why don't we lose it?
Because we have a downward acceleration. If we have a vacuum chamber, right, a little
bong. Again, Ruhef, you must prove a downward acceleration of air due to gravity. Okay, taking all controls and variables into account. Okay, easy thing. You're so smart. Show air having to prove that nonsense. I mean, for real.
Perspex vacuum chamber, and we get it down to 0.001 torr, whatever, right? Something very close to 0, but only 2 or 3 decimal places, right? We've got 14.7 psi on the out and very close to 0, but only about 3 decimal places on the inside. Mm-hmm. The pressure differential between the outside and the inside is 14.7.
Did you just say you needed a container to make a vacuum?
We've got a Perspex vacuum chamber. I didn't say we don't. Don't put words in my mouth.
So you need a container to make a vacuum.
On the surface of Earth, yes.
Oh, so but in magical space, no, right?
Space is not magic.
Oh,
right.
Okay. It just breaks laws of thermodynamics for no reason.
Exactly. It would have to be magic in order for it to exist. It would have to be. That's the most incredible shit I've ever seen. It's a vacuum that's not a vacuum where balls of gas seem to form for no fucking reason whatsoever. because of the gravitation of their own atomic particles or some other nonsense, instead of adhering to the laws of gas behavior and expanding to fill the empty space. Fuck off with that dumb shit, man, for real.
Incorrect. So on our little vacuum chamber on my desk, right, we've got 14.7 psi on the outside and very close to zero, let's say 2 or 3 decimal places, 1.
Inside the vacuum.
Yes, so very small.
Okay. Yeah.
The net force, the force that is trying to crush that vacuum chamber is 14.7 psi.
Right. On the outside.
Yeah. 5 millimeters of plexiglass, whatever it is, acrylic, right, can withstand that. Okay. Cool. If you then somehow get like a 10 to the minus 17 torr vacuum in that little vacuum chamber,
which they can't even get close to that, even with the big vacuum chamber they have in Sandusky. They can't even get to that. And that thing's always broke down and shit too. It's a rough. This is what I'm saying. That, you know, they have a rough time even recreating their impossible conditions that they claim. It's because I think that these guys that were come up with this shit in the first place were on some kind of fucking psycho medicine or some shit, man. Because when you really look at this is like, wow, man, there's actually people that think this way.
A lot of gaslighting, though, by Ruhiff.
Oh, that's basically all they have.
I mean, pathological lying, making claims that they themselves cannot prove, have never proved, never attempted to prove.
Well, you can't.
They got their math book and their pencil and their paper, right?
Yep. And that's the whole thing right there. He's trying to fucking roll that horse shit on me. I'm going to say, no. You need non-Euclidean geometry in order to show that properly. You're being deceptive, okay? Because we don't see that way, right? You're showing it from a third-person perspective. Sorry, man. Wrong answers.
How much force is on the outside? Really? What's the force?
The walls will go like this.
Right. But we said 0.001.
It'll implode.
0.001. There was 14.7 psi.
Do you know how strong do you know how much force that creates, right?
Yes.
Like internally, right? Is that what you're talking about?
No, not internally. Not internally. Externally.
What he's trying to say is that it would be minimal pressure trying to escape into a vacuum if it's only at 0.001 psi. But you can't even have 0.001 psi without containment, my friend. And so as your little gradient strips away into space like the layers of an onion, never to be seen again, your precious gravity don't give a shit because you cannot prove a fucking downward bias due to gravity of air. You, Mr. Ruhiff, are full of scheisse.
How much force is there externally?
It's still the same, right?
Right.
Externally.
So it's not going to crush.
Okay. So what part of that is not a container? Like you gave me an example of a contained vacuum.
Yep. Yes.
Right. So you think that space does that magically without
not magically, no.
Okay.
It's not magic.
So
then what is it that allows something to completely violate natural law? Oh, whoa, wait. I know what it is. Wait. I know what it is. Gravity. Yeah, that's what it is. All right.
So how can you why wouldn't it equalize? If you open that,
because we have a downward acceleration. Okay.
Getting to the point now. See, this is my second time seeing this shit, right? It's getting to the point now where I just want to punch his fucking head every time he says that about gases having air having a downward acceleration. Prove that dumb shit. Angel, dude, I wish I could have talked to him or something. I was like, don't take that from him. Call him out on that motherfucking shit right there, right here and right now. Do it. I would have called his ass out on it right there. I say, you prove to me that air has a downward acceleration or a downward bias due to gravity. What is the acceleration rate? What is the downward acceleration rate of air? Is it 9.8 meters per second squared? We would be in a constant fucking downward wind, you retard.
Okay, let's
open
go.
Open that container.
We
Open
beat that one.
that you have.
Yeah. We beat that horse. Let's go with your.
Yes.
That was Angel's claim. So this is your first claim.
First claim? Yep. What is my first claim? Fuck. Hold on.
Is that only my first?
Yeah. Where's my claims?
It took way too long for that.
Yes.
Yes.
My first claim is celestial navigation.
Oh, there we go. He's going to start using. He's going to start trying to use Euclidean geometry to describe hyperbolic geometry. Wrong answer, jackass.
I'll try and be fairly quick, actually.
Should
And I'll share.
a minute, hopefully.
Second.
So it should be a minute. And let's try and wait till he's done, Angel, and then we'll have him.
Yeah.
You need a little longer?
Oh, maybe. Celestial navigation is just the process of finding your position on Earth, given the angles to 3 different stars. There's a big book where people have tracked the stars for hundreds, if not thousands of years, and it's called the Nautical Almanac, and it will give you the coordinates on Earth at which the star will be directly overhead. That's called the geographical position. And the fundamental rule of celestial navigation is that if you back away from a star, any star, that star will drop by, if you back away 60 nautical miles, that star will drop by 1 degree of elevation. You've obviously heard that with Polaris. So if you go away 1,200 nautical miles from the North Pole, then Polaris will be at 70 degrees north. And yeah, that rule applies to all stars, and it is the fundamental principle of celestial navigation. And this rule does not work on a flat Earth. All right. So this is a
not with Euclidean geometry, it doesn't.
Little example. We're just trying to work out the height of this tree. So we set up a angle measuring device, measure the elevation angle to that tree, and then do some very simple trigonometry to work out the height. So the height equals the distance times the tangent of that angle. And this same, on a flat Earth, this same geometry should apply to celestial navigation.
Wrong. That right there was a false claim. Should? Why should it? You haven't taken into account perspective. Okay. Dealing with a tree using Euclidean geometry that is no more than maybe 100 feet from you, you can be pretty accurate with 45-degree line of sight, figuring out the or another angle in order to figure out how high it is. That's going to tell you where the top of that tree is going to hit when you cut it down. It's not dead nuts accurate by any means. And the taller the tree, the less accurate you're going to get using this type of Euclidean geometry because of perspective. You have to move back farther to get a 45 degree, and you're subject to perspective. So this works okay for this. But as we've discussed before, when you're looking at things that have no frame of reference, for instance, or even things that do have a frame of reference, you have to do, and with the sun, there is no frame of reference, right? Because we don't really know its altitude or anything else like that. I don't even know if it's a real fucking thing that we're seeing, right? But if you try to use this kind of geometry, and here, before the night's over, I will show you why. When you try to use this kind of geometry to describe what person down here in the corner is seeing, you're absolutely 100% wrong. That's deceptive. So by him saying, so it should, okay, and I hope you get a chance to see this, Angel, or you read one of the comments in the fucking video, man, don't let him get away with that dumb shit. You see what he did there? So it should be, wait a second, let's talk about that. I wouldn't let him get away with it. But Angel, I know you're relatively new. You've been in it a while, relatively new. That's great. And you'll learn. I did. I let him get by with this shit before. Okay. And now, after being in it long enough, I'm like, oh, wait a second. I see what the fucking trick is going on here now. Okay. And came to those conclusions and knowledge through all of us sharing information. And that's what this is all about. One of the reasons they don't want us doing this. One of the reasons they try to shut us down. Even on Twitter. These fucking globetards that are on Twitter, it's funny, or X or whatever it is now. They crack me up because their whole goal is to try to get your account shut down. That's what they want to do. Okay. And they look for any fucking reason to report you. So as soon as they say, I can identify them. Some of them I keep around so I can fuck with them. But I can identify them right off the bat just by the way they pose their sentences. And I'm like, oh, this is just some dickwad. And I'll watch what they say for a little bit. And I'm like, I ain't even going to fucking engage with this jackwagon. You know, I'll maybe answer their question. And then when they come back with some kind of nonsense, more of this script bullshit, I just shoot it down and then I mute them. I don't have to hear them anymore. And they just off in the corner, kvetching, losing their fucking minds, frantically typing, not knowing that I don't see anything that comes up from them. I've already proven my point. I destroyed your argument. I'm done with you. You know? Treat them like an old whore. That's what I do.
We should be able to look at a star, know how far away we are from it, take an elevation angle, and work out the height to the star. So in this case, we are 4,800 nautical miles away, and we measure an elevation angle of 15 degrees. We calculate a height for the star, 1,286 nautical miles. Now, if we put a second observer and move him 1,200 nautical miles closer, then according to that rule of 60 nautical miles per degree, the elevation angle has to go up by 20 degrees. And we know that we are now 3,600 nautical miles from the star. And that makes the height of the star 2,500. Uh-oh.
Wrong.
So the star cannot be simultaneous.
Wrong. I thought he was going to talk about celestial navigation. He's looking for distances to stars. Okay? We get an angle of elevation. We get our angle of elevation from the viewer's standpoint, not from the third point observer. Okay? So you're, again, being very, very fucking deceptive. And I think that if you went out into a boat with a sextant, you would get lost.
Simultaneously 1,286 nautical miles and 2521 nautical miles. The geometry of celestial navigation doesn't work on a flat Earth. And you said you've been around for about a year. MC Toon has had an open challenge to flat earthers for almost 2 years to show how celestial navigation is done on a flat Earth. The prize is 10 grand, and no flat earther has come anywhere near close to completing the challenge.
That's because Michael Toon is a dishonest piece of shit. Okay? That's basically why people aren't even bothering with that retard anymore. Okay? The only thing he's got left is just doing his little show.
It's not that it hasn't been proven over and over again. It has everything to do with the fact that it doesn't matter how much it's been proven. The fact is they believe, accept, and swallow and make love to the lie so much so that they go around gaslighting. They already know it's been proven. Yeah. They'll never pay up because they're dishonest, manipulative, and just plain and simply stupid, because you can sit and listen to them and it's the same crap all the time. They twist people's words. It's worse than being in fucking court.
Yeah. Well, these guys, it is. And once you've dissected, you see, first thing that happened was I identified that they have a script. So I started looking into what their script consisted of.
Yeah.
Okay. And was able to get out of the fucking fog that's been created over the years of this bullshit being crammed into your head and actually look at it and go, oh, I see what you did there, Ruhif. I see what you did right there. You see, because that's dishonest. You see, and this is the thing too. You're not looking for the location of the star, right? Or you're actually looking for your location in conjunction with where certain stars are at. Okay. So once you have that, it's not telling you, and whatever the angle to the star is irrelevant, because the charts are going to say where you are. These have been mapped out all over the place, right?
Well, see, as
They
you
go by charts. They don't go, oh, we must be here because of the fucking rotation of blah, 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 blah. They didn't use a big world fucking map when they were navigating the seas. They used a small portion of that area that they were in order to navigate, right?
Well, see,
this is why when people went into unknown areas, what did they call that? Uncharted waters. Okay, just adding that. Go ahead, Dreamy. I'm sorry.
Well, also like what he's doing right here to him with the stars. He was talking about navigation, right? But then he starts talking about the stars and how far they are and everything else, just like he did that one night here, where we were talking about the sun, and he starts talking about the moon. You remember that night?
Yeah.
It's the same thing. It's just he's using just different celestial bodies, but it still doesn't matter. It works the same way.
Right.
Anyways, you can't measure the distance. You need at least something to go off, and you have nothing to go off of. You don't even know what the hell it is, or what it's made of, or why
Right. And you sure as hell ain't going to find it using that kind of geometry, my friend. Not at all.
The end.
I'm sure they have, but he just ignores it like everything else.
Oh, please show it.
Angela,
I might not have it, but please.
Do you have a response to that or refutation?
Yeah, so celestial navigation, how the hell did, like, we have constellations, right? So in your model, how do we still have constellation if the stars are expanding at 4 times the speed of light?
No, stick to the answering the question.
Navigation.
So what was the question?
So his claim
doesn't
was
work on a flat Earth.
His claim was celestial navigation.
Okay, so celestial navigation, the way he's doing it, depicts you on a flat hemisphere, half of a sphere, and then hijacks perspective and calls it Earth curvature. Why wouldn't a star that's at your zenith, right, be higher than a star that's further away from you? And why would a star not dip into the horizon?
It would on a flat Earth, but I think you missed the point of that little
how did
presentation.
So you determined star distances, is that what you're telling me?
On a flat Earth, I think you missed the point of that presentation, right? Yes, on a flat Earth, if you move away from the star, it will drop, right? But the whole point of that presentation is that there is a linear relationship. If you back away 60 nautical miles, then it will drop by 1 degree, right? On a flat Earth, that relationship is not linear. It's a trig function.
Okay. But you're depicting yourself in the middle of the Earth.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, you are.
No, I'm not. I'm on the surface. How would I get to the middle of the Earth?
Can you bring up like a thing, I don't know, a demo of like how it works, both trig and with the sphere? Yeah.
Yes, I am not at the center of the Earth. I am on the surface.
Well, let's see the picture.
Yeah, hang on. Where is it? There it is.
Is it so? There's not going to be a line to the middle of the Earth.
Yes, there is. Yes, there is. But I am not there.
Wait a minute. What? Why is it?
What?
Why is it to the?
Are you at the center of the Earth? What? I'm at the center of the Earth. No, I'm not.
Why is it depicting you from the center of the Earth?
I'm not here. I'm not here.
Right.
I'm here.
Okay. You're not.
Okay.
Right. Yeah.
This is me. Right at the center of the Earth.
So
this is me not taking perspective into account.
Why is that to the center of the Earth? If we're only talking about the surface.
That defines the sector of the circle, right? So do you know how the process works, right? We're
I can
here.
show, yeah.
We're looking at the star. We get an elevation angle of 30 degrees, which means our co-altitude angle is 60 degrees. Okay. Now, because the stars are far away, necessarily so, these two yellow lines are parallel.
Right.
Right.
So
these are parallel, which means this angle.
How far away are the stars?
Effectively infinite.
How do you know
that? They don't parallax.
How do you measure that? They don't deviate. They don't deviate.
They don't noticeably parallax. Yeah.
Oh, so they're fixed in the sky then. That's how we use. That's how we.
You seem to be trying to get. I can give you a fair bit of detail on this, right? Stars have proper motion. Stars have parallax by which we can measure the distance in.
He said parallax. He said parallax, folks. Everybody, bong hit. All right. This guy, he takes the cake. He really does.
Order of light years.
So now we can measure it, but it has to be light years.
For the purposes of celestial navigation, the only object that we take into account the distance for is the moon.
Could you determine how far away Polaris is?
Me personally, I'll just take whatever the latest.
Let's go to the next claim.
We're getting very much off topic.
Yes, it's your turn to claim, I believe. No, wait. Angel went first?
That was mine.
It's yours. Go ahead, Roof.
No, it's Angel's for his.
Oh, sorry. This is the second one?
Horizon.
Yeah, go ahead. Your second one, sorry.
Yeah, so my second, the horizon's an optical location, changes day to day due to atmospheric conditions, and we can demonstrate objects disappearing bottom up over a flat surface. So you can put all the math equations you want to a flat surface and make it a sphere, but it's still a flat table.
Okay, we're banned on talking about that bit anyway.
Well, we've kind of gone over that. We can actually, I mean, you're just going to explain it again. Go ahead.
Yeah, so the horizon, when you say the horizon is optical, do you mean it is not physical?
I mean that it changes.
Okay, I agree it changes. Yep.
Yeah. But it's also in your world geometric, right? Like it has to have physical curvature, right?
There are a whole bunch of words here that I'm trying to get a clear understanding of. You keep saying geometric.
So we can do a time lapse. We can do a time lapse of the horizon, see that it goes like this.
Let's stick to this part of the claim. His claim is the horizon is an optical location that changes day to day with weather and atmospheric conditions. I'm assuming you would agree with that first half.
Yeah, and the variation happens most if you are close to the surface.
Okay, so you agree it's optical. Okay.
Then the second part
again, these words, right? These words have
that the horizon is just what you're seeing. It doesn't mean that it's the actual horizon, Ruhif. You know exactly what the fuck he means. Stop playing stupid. It's just like you were saying, Dreamy. He's just playing dumb.
Yeah.
Unclear meanings.
So, like,
do you mean by optical,
where we see it,
not physical?
Where we see it is an optical location that changes.
You would agree with
that? It's an apparent location, right? But it's
an apparent location. Doesn't mean that it's a physical location. That's the point. God damn this guy, man.
Still is a physical thing.
Yeah.
So then his next part of his claim, let's say you agree with the first half. The next part is objects can disappear bottom up due to perspective on a flat surface.
I'd love to see that modeled somehow with geometry.
I just did it.
With geometry.
I just did it over a flat table.
Yeah, model it
with a camera.
I'll show you what I mean.
Okay.
Hang on. I've got so many freaking slides.
This picture he's got, this graphic he's got up here, that's beautiful. I love that. And I'll tell you why. Because, I was thinking, water's above, and these locations of these things as viewed from different angles, as you increase your angle to the medium of water through a lens like that, you're going to see more and more of a refractive distortion as to where the thing really is.
Right.
That demonstration I have of the guy in the curved pool is that's a great example of that, because of the convexity of that pool. and the man being in that water right there, it gave us a different perspective of where he really was. You could see above the water where he's actually at, and his body was here and actually turned toward you, which in reality, it wasn't turned toward you.
Right.
Which brings me to always seeing the same face of the moon. You know, I was thinking about that in that context too.
It's
not a ball.
Illusion.
It is, man. But see, there again, that's one of these points that's why I say water does lie. But when it lies level.
Exactly.
To this, I'll
like in your world, does the sun set? Do you understand how sunsets work on a flat Earth, right?
No, I don't.
You don't.
Lying son of a bitch. Never heard that before, huh? Never heard that before, huh, Ruhef? Dumbass.
I know how that. No wonder you don't get it then.
I've heard people say how they think it does.
No wonder you don't get it then. No wonder
please again, show me the geometry. Like I said, my intro is 30 seconds.
Show how.
Ruhif, I really hope you're watching this, because after this little debate, I'm going to show a demonstration of it. I'm going to show the geometry, and we don't even have to use numbers. We have a demonstration, man. It's really cool. You might understand it.
A sunset works on a flat Earth that people still don't understand.
No, I understand what you think it is.
Right.
It's nonsensical.
I
understand what typical flat Earth is.
Streetlights converge into the horizon?
Yeah.
Okay. Why wouldn't the sun do that?
We can describe those streetlights with geometry and explain why that happens. We can't.
Why wouldn't the sun do that? Why not?
Okay. Does the sun shrink?
Yes.
No, it doesn't. I have measurements.
Even in your model, it does.
No.
Yes, it does.
You mean like by 0.5% or 2%?
Oh, so now it does change, right?
No, Jesus Christ! Like I said, this is pathetic.
Don't bring Jesus into this, right?
Yeah, but this is pathetic. Gotcha debating. Right?
You just said that doesn't change, and now you're saying it changes.
During the day, over the course of the day, the sun does not change angular size.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't. I have measurements. Do you?
I have proof. I have.
This again, another fucking ruse of a thing what Ruhif's doing. There again, it's another perspective thing, man. It's the size of the object and the distance that it is away from you too. Before it goes out of your sight, you are not going to see as much. See, this motherfucker, he's so dishonest. He's so dishonest. He really is. They all are. They all are. That's all.
Video proof.
All right, that's not part of this. We don't have that as a claim. So you now go to your second claim, Rufus.
Second claim. Bloody hell. Got to get track of my claims now.
And I'm trying to do it too.
Second claim is measuring drop due to curvature. So I did send Angel a video of mine where I took my theodolite around Sydney and took some elevation angles to a tower. I first measured the height of that tower and then made predictions for flat Earth and made predictions for the globe, and then compared those predictions to my measurement. And you'll see on screen here the first half of the table. Here's the actual measurement. Here are the predictions, and you'll see that the globe predictions are about an order of magnitude or more closer to the actual measurement. So you can measure 8 inches per mile squared of drop.
Okay, that's his claim. Go ahead. You've got a minute if you got something to come back with that one.
Yeah, so I did my coin experiment, right? Let's say the coin over a flat table that I made disappear. Let's call it Mount Coin, right? You can't see it. I increase angular resolution to the coin, and now you can see the whole thing again. So now let's put that to the scale of the giant Earth, right? And call it, I'll put a math equation to it and say, oh, look, Mount Coin is...
I wish you would. I wish you would.
Oh, no, you should do it. Mount Coin is disappeared due to Earth curvature, but then I zoom in on a flat table and it's there again completely.
Okay,
I see the whole thing.
This has nothing to do with obstruction.
Yes, it does. Could you see the coin?
We can see.
Could you see the coin before I zoomed in?
But no, this question is not about obstruction. This is a question about what angle, about measuring 8 inches per mile squared.
Yeah, and I'm telling you, how do you measure it?
It's on screen.
Right. So by things disappearing, right?
No, this is not disappearing. This is an angle.
Cool.
We're talking about measuring drop.
So what's your point? Yeah. How do you measure?
About measuring drop.
You're measuring.
Yes.
You're measuring the 8 inches per mile squared.
Yes.
Oh. So my flat table, right, with the coin, you could put a math equation to that and call it a sphere, right? And say, oh, look, it's blocked by a sphere. Why not?
Again, this is not about obstruction, not about things being blocked bottom up. This is about measuring 8 inches per mile squared, not about obstruction.
Cool. Okay. So if we can see past the geometric horizon 10 times.
Would infer obstruction again. This question
but anyway,
is about drop.
We can see.
The fucking geometric horizon would be at a distance, Ruhif. I'm sorry, man. You have to accept that. And it changes all the time. Okay? This guy, I don't know.
We can see past 8 inches per mile squared.
Ruhif is just giving an opinion when he uses the word prediction. Because that isn't a fact. That's a fact of nothing. It's just something he thinks.
You know what I think? I think that that dude should have told Ruhif that theodolite was angled up. So whenever he was taking them measurements, he was all jacked up because his thing was looking up.
Yep. That's exactly what happened, man.
That's what he should have said. That's a good one.
Yep. Listen, that's he wants to turn it right back around. I would, but again, he's being absolutely fucking disingenuous. Absolutely. And he knows he is. That's why he's got that Duper's Delight shit going on his face right there. That little grin, that's Duper's Delight, man.
Obstruction. Not about.
I'm sorry, what?
I was just going to say, according to the vocabulary, a prediction is what someone thinks will happen. A prediction is a forecast, but not only about the weather. Pre means before, and diction has to do with talking. So a prediction is a statement about the future. It's a guess, something based on fact, sometimes based on facts or evidence, but not always.
Well,
so
it's
when he says, well, it's my prediction, he's saying this is my opinion, and opinions are like assholes, and mine's the very biggest. It's as big as Uranus.
So, well, let's see if his results worked out to be his prediction.
Well,
because they like to say that they predict eclipses. No, they don't. They post-dict them. Okay, because they're on a fucking cycle. It's not like, oh, I think there's going to be a fucking eclipse based on this, that, and the other. No, you didn't think that. They're on a fucking cycle, and it's measurable, and we know how it's going to work.
I see how he uses words, but he uses them to deceive people.
Seems to be the name of the game, doesn't it?
Yep.
All right.
Things being blocked bottom up. This is about measuring 8 inches per mile squared, not about obstruction.
Cool. Okay. So if we can see past the geometric horizon 10 times,
would infer obstruction again. This question,
but anyway,
is about drop.
We can see past 8 inches per mile squared 10 by more than 9 times. Does that make the Earth 9 times bigger?
All right. If you are talking about the black swan,
or is it? Yeah, or is it?
Oh, this is fucking bad. I'm gonna have to refill my bowl because he's gonna. And this is where this makes my head hurt so bad. This is where they claim that these fucking objects are lifted up just the right amount so that they make the Earth look level because of, refraction, baby. Fucking refraction. Listen to this shit.
An optical location that just changes, and everything that proves flat Earth is a mirage.
The refracted horizon changes position, and especially when you are close to the surface like BMLSB 69 was, it can change by a lot. Right. I agree. Right. So get above the surface.
What type of refraction was that?
Looming. Yes.
It lifted up.
Yes.
So what did it do? It lifted it up, or it moved the water down?
No, it lifts everything up.
Have you seen this before, Neil? I've seen an object like a boat looking like it's floating. I've seen that before. Have you seen it?
That's not looming.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, Angel, let's go with your third claim.
Oh, sorry.
Wait a second. Wait a second.
Sorry,
Wait a second. If you've seen refraction that makes it look like a boat's floating, that's exactly what you're describing as looming when you say that refraction is picking up an image of something around a fucking curve and lifting it up so that you can see it. Okay? And you just said, no, it's not the same thing. What the hell? Dude, you got to get on your toes a little better, Angel.
Great. When I said, if you're really close to the surface, refraction is incredibly variable, right? On screen, just 3 measurements. I've literally done hundreds of measurements on the horizon, all right? And you can see my prediction. No, this is the angle to the horizon. So this is not measuring drop now.
Okay.
Well, no.
Hold on a second. What in the fuck? What is the purpose of those pictures? That's what I'm wondering. What are the fucking purpose of those pictures? I don't know. Maybe he'll get to them, right? I didn't notice that before. I think I had to go pee while this was going or something before. But holy shit. I was just thinking about that. I was like, what are these? What is it necessary to show this? Oh, look, a theodolite. Neat. All right. Maybe just to show that it was done with a theodolite or something. I don't know. Wonder if he shows any pictures through the fucking theodolite. Bet you not.
This is me making measurements from about 40 meters, 80 meters, 156 meters. I've done a stack quite close to the surface, and the results are all over the place, right? Because once you get close to the surface, refraction is highly variable, right? But once you get above the surface, preferably by 80 meters is good, then refraction is entirely predictable and very stable. And that's why my measurements match prediction near exactly. All right, but you got Black Swan. You got this guy. He went there, 90 days or something, or maybe 70 days out of 3 months. Took a whole bunch of videos on all those days, and one day he got the Black Swan.
Obviously, Ruhif doesn't understand what a black swan is, and this isn't the only photograph like that. There are many. Black swan is this. All right. Someone says all swans are white. Okay. And someone runs across, they see a black swan. That discounts that proof, doesn't it? That means that the claim that all swans are white is wrong. So it doesn't matter how many. The fact that it's been seen and multiple times, he tries to make it trivial, but that's pretty big shit. And it does destroy their fucking argument of curvature. It really does. So, boo, you Ruhif, boo.
Yeah.
Yeah. Get away from the surface.
Do you realize why it's called the Black Swan, right?
Yes.
Oh, good. He's going to say it.
Okay, Angel, make your third claim.
Objects fall and float due to relative density, depending on what medium they're in.
Yes.
We can make objects float using electrostatics, but no one will ever make objects float using gravity because it doesn't exist.
Yeah.
Hang on. So many slides here.
Okay, that's it. It's your entire claim. Got it?
Yeah.
All right. Okay. So we can make
prove objects fall and rise due to gravity.
No, this is.
Can you all hear me? Am I muted? Y'all hear me okay?
I can hear you.
Okay, everybody out there, somebody said I was muted. Push button 62 said I was muted. Maybe your TV was muted. I don't know, man. Everybody out there hear me okay? I can find out real quick. Hang on.
They're saying you're good.
Lisa, of course, she's going to agree with it and go, ha, 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 ha. I don't even know why she comes here, man.
She's another one of the
Nick
Volts and Ruhifs and what's that other funny face, McToon, Toon Boy.
McToon. Oh my God.
Toon Toy Town. He's the biggest clown.
Oh my God, he is. Nobody will even talk to him. Nobody will even talk to him. You know. So anyway,
your claim, right? So I'm
your claim. He's just addressing that. Go ahead.
Yeah. All right. So we can make objects float using electrostatics, not gravity. All right. So we're not using this one. Can you share me, Jared?
Yep.
Uh-oh.
Well, now he's muted.
We lost our host. I say we move on from all these retarded people and get on to bigger and better things.
Wait, oh, that went away?
Welcome back.
Yeah, I dropped out. That's what I said. I dropped out to bring this back. So we missed a little bit, right? All right, hang on.
We didn't miss nothing.
I mean, it's not playing
might
on
have
here.
missed it, but nobody here missed him.
That's weird. Why by me? Oh, because I'm the one who shared it. Okay, I get it. I get it. I get it. It is.
There you are.
Is entirely predictable and very stable. And that's why my measurements match prediction near exactly. All right, but you got Black Swan. You got this guy. He went there, 90 days or something, or maybe 70 days out of 3 months. Took a whole bunch of videos on all those days, and one day he got the Black Swan.
Yeah.
Yeah. Get away from the surface.
Do you realize why it's called the Black Swan, right?
Yes.
We're almost there.
Okay, Angel, make your third claim.
Objects fall and float due to relative density, depending on what medium they're in. We can make objects float using electrostatics, but no one will ever make objects float using gravity because it doesn't exist.
Hang on.
Fuck, man. Ask him how gravity was ever proven, for Christ's sake. Right? I mean, not been proven. Okay?
I think gravity proves itself when you use the word weight. Something
if
weight.
you use it, yeah, in that context.
Period.
Yes.
I mean, what's their definition of gravity? Something that's falling?
Well, see,
that's an action. That's proof of nothing.
Right. It's an effect. It's an effect. They say it's gravity causes that, right? So what is gravity? And all they do is they say, well, weight is due to gravity. You see?
Then if we jumped, we wouldn't have to worry about gravity. Our feet wouldn't be connected to the earth at that point.
Well, see, Ruhif believes that Ruhif looks he believes that mass attracts mass, but physics has shit canned that. Okay, the Newtonian gravity is so.
Yeah, I'd say he weighs more than most of that junk around him in that picture. See, look in the background there. See all that junk? I bet he weighs more than all that junk. Why isn't that junk attracted to him and sticking to him? I'm just asking the stupid questions that are obvious.
Well, that would be mass attracted to an ass. So.
So many slides here.
Oh, my
okay, that's it. That's your entire claim. Got it?
Yeah.
All right. Okay. So we can make
prove objects fall and rise due to gravity.
No, this is your claim, right? So I'm
your claim. He's just addressing that. Go ahead.
Yeah. All right. So we can make objects float using electrostatics, not gravity. All right. So we're not using this one. Can you share me, Jared?
Yep.
Oh, hang on. Whoops. I probably should share myself.
It's a good start.
Yeah. Oops.
You're shared.
There we go. All right. So this formula, F equals like the Newton's gravity formula. We're not going to use that. All right. That one's wrong. Doesn't work. correct?
Right.
Okay. This one. So this is Coulomb's law of electrostatics.
Yeah.
Was this used in the experiment that you saw?
Like when you drop an item and falls.
No, you said you levitated something with, or you saw someone levitate something with
Van de Graaff generator.
Okay, so the Van de Graaff generator, what charge does it have?
Positive.
Positive. Sure. Okay, so if you put another positive charge above it, what happens?
Positive. So
you don't put a positive charge above it. You have a neutral plate and a positive above it. Once again, he's trying to manipulate this guy.
It generates an electrostatic field.
Yep.
And then I think it flips the polarity. I'm not entirely sure how it works. But basically, you put objects on it and then they float up.
Yeah, but is that explainable with this electrostatic law?
I assume so. Yeah. I don't know the formula, but yes.
Okay.
Now, I mean, you laugh, but
yeah.
Can you prove gravity? Can you prove the bending and warping of space-time?
You do want to talk about proof. Okay.
Yeah. Can you prove the bend?
Well, of course. Don't you think that if you have a theory that is really pretty much unsubstantiated, okay, and then turn around and try to ascribe this to other objects that you witness in the sky, okay, that's making assumptions. In fact, it was so bad, that's what led to the creation of dark matter. You see, this is what led to that, was because it didn't work for what the bullshit that they were saying. So other than so instead of saying, hey man, this shit doesn't work, they just said, oh, well, that must mean that there's this invisible dark matter that exists out there. Otherwise, how could our math be wrong? Our math shows that there is some invisible bullshit that we don't know what it is and can't analyze it. Nobody's ever seen it or anything, but has to be there because of our math. This is why we're really like idiocracy. This is something fucking crazy.
Bending and warping of space-time caused a helium balloon to float.
Okay, so a scientific theory is an explanation.
Cool. Can you explain
in reality?
Can you explain why a helium balloon floats due to the Einsteinian gravity model?
The Einsteinian? Probably not. I don't understand it well enough.
Why not?
Yeah.
But that's what causes objects to float, right? Gravity.
Sure.
This right here is an oversimplification that what he's showing on the screen. Okay. I have a hypothesis that would explain X. If my hypothesis is true, then I expect to see Y in my experiment, right? I perform an experiment and the result is Y. Okay, that works, right? But you have to repeat the experiments. You have to have controls. You have to have independent variables, and you have to have whatever the dependent variable is. I guess in this case, X. Okay. So you would have to actually prove Y. And this is through experimentation. This has not been done with gravity. So in this right here, I'm going to say that X is the object that falls.
Well, how can you remove the gravity, the weight of something? How do you remove it?
You don't. Well, you don't.
Exactly, you don't.
Wait. Yeah, you do. You can. You can, absolutely. You change the weight by changing
well, if you change the medium.
Right. That's where they gaslight you. Right there. Because it's a consequence of the medium. It's mass per volume. It's the density, right? So it's balance scale. Okay. It's a balance scale. If what I've taken out, whatever it replaces, they have to balance. And if they don't balance, they're either going to go like this or they're going to go like this. It's that simple. You know, you have to think about the displacement, and they don't take into account the displacement. It's just insane.
Sure. Yeah. Like I said, I hold to Newtonian because that's all I need.
But Newtonian's not used anymore, superseded by Einsteinian.
Yes, it is.
Einsteinian, the current gravity model we use is not Newtonian anymore.
Newtonian is used in 99.9% of situations. You only
physics,
need...
right? Physics, yeah. Physics.
So I'm not even, just let it go.
If Newton saw the apple fall, right, and land in a pond, would he have presumed gravity?
What was his explanation? He didn't have a good explanation of gravity. He described it.
Right. So if he saw the apple fall into a pond and the apple's floating because it's less dense than the water, would he have said, "Oh, look, gravity"?
I don't know.
Or would he have just said, "Oh, look, density and buoyancy"?
Right there, I don't like the way somebody goes on like that. Right there, I don't like the way that Angel did that, because how the fuck am I supposed to know what somebody else thought? Okay, I don't know what the motherfucker's thinking. I don't even know if an apple really fell, right? But the point being, I understand his point, and it makes a lot of sense that if that story were true, a normal, rational person, which apparently we're not dealing with, would landed in the water, would be more apt to succumb to the idea of the buoyancy and density factor of the object within the given medium, rather than to think that there was some kind of a mysterious unicorn fart pulling from the center of the earth or something. You know, I mean, that right there should tell you the motherfucker was crazy.
Nature is self-explanatory.
If you study it, you'll understand it.
I don't know what he would have said.
Right.
Anyway, you want to
go to your next one?
proof?
No, let's go to your next
He doesn't
claim.
want to talk about proof.
What?
He wants to talk about proof. He's like, prove this to me. Yeah. And I get asked that so often.
Well, we're in claims, so you can go to your next claim.
You want us to prove things?
I don't ask for proof.
Oh, okay.
All right, whose turn is it?
Yours, your third claim.
My third claim is flight routes. There's a third? No, it's the fourth claim, right?
Are you on the fourth one? All right.
Celestial navigation.
And then his
Yeah,
fourth. So I don't know if we got off
fourth,
track. Yeah, it's your fourth. Go ahead.
I'm going to tell you this about flight routes. If your whole claim to spirosity hinges on an airline route that you've never been on, because you see where they tell you the airplane goes on a computer, that's sad, man. A lot of what you got. Here's something people have to take into account too. When you see the planes and you're tracking them like on Flight Tracker, right? And you see where the plane is at over the ocean, okay, right? That's giving you an approximation based on data that the plane, how fast it's going, blah, 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 right? It's not really there. It's not really being tracked. This is just this is some more of this nonsense that they push for you. So if you're hanging this shit on a flight route, I'm sorry, man.
Yeah, all right. Flight routes are excellent evidence for the globe. Obviously, I'm going to use, because he subscribes to the AE map, I'm going to compare these routes to the AE map. This is QF 6364 from Sydney to Johannesburg. You'll see them take off from Sydney and go southwest over Melbourne. And then at the other side, they enter South Africa from the southeast. You can get one of these.
Okay. Did that jet leave those green lines on that ball? Or any jet leave those blue lines on that ball? Or were those drawn on there by a computer? Just asking.
These things, which is an ADS-B receiver, ADS-B antenna, and you can listen for the planes as they cross over the coast, so you can verify what.
So you can verify an approach direction near the coast. Okay.
Direction they are coming from.
Consideration it's spinning.
No, not when you're flying in an airplane. Only when you're shooting a bullet.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's the only time that takes into account, apparently.
We could in fact have someone in Melbourne, just like you. I can ship you one of these antennas, and you can listen for QF 63, 64 coming over Melbourne. All right.
Cool.
So on the AE map, going from Sydney to Johannesburg, goes over China and Saudi Arabia.
No.
It would if that's the straightest.
It follows that red line because of jet streams. Yeah.
Right. So what about the other direction?
Hold on a minute. That is not a true AE map at all. Okay. That is one of the biggest, most distorted bunch of shit that I've seen yet. But anyway, let me continue.
Yeah, I couldn't tell you, but it follows jet streams.
Okay. So the other direction, going into the wind the long way around?
It goes into in the center of the flat map, I'm pretty sure on the.
Do you realize that when I was talking about hyperbolic geometry, I was talking about for perspective, Igor? Okay. There is no globe or a sphere. It's none of that. That's nonsense. It's bahooey, fuck buckle, and twiddle twaddle. And you know it.
The outside of the flat map, jet streams go clockwise. And then on the inside, they go counterclockwise.
West to east. So this one goes from west to east.
Right.
Goes that way.
Wait,
so
which way?
Usually quicker.
Which way does it? Where does the flight start
Where
from?
in the fuck did he get that map?
Here and here.
Right. Yeah. So the jet streams go clockwise on the outside.
Okay. Irrespective of what direction they go, right? On the return leg, they.
Holy shit! Do you know what he done?
That map is very distorted.
Yeah, he just smashed out that ball that he was showing earlier. Yeah. That's all he did, and it fucking that guy. Come on, man.
Going into the wind.
No wonder that shit's all over the place. Listen, if they try to tell you that the A map is a globe flattened out, right? Take a globe. Or go buy a cheap one, pick one up at a yard sale, whatever the fuck, right? And cut it so that it will flatten out. Cut it along the longitudinal lines if you want to. And let me know what you come up with. Let me see how accurate of a map you have. Okay? I mean, it's just going to be silly nonsense. You're going to have portions that are missing. You're going to have parts of the ocean and shit that are missing. So that wrapping shit around a ball, that's the hide shit. I'm telling you now.
Wind taking the long way around.
No, they catch the jet streams on the inside.
What?
The jet streams.
I've just shown you where the route is. This is the route.
Right. Yeah, so, and what are you trying to prove here?
That this route makes no sense.
But they don't use that route. They catch the jet streams.
Right, but the jet streams go one way.
Yeah, and then on the other way, they catch the inside ones.
I've got the routes on this. The blue ones, I think, are Joburg to Sydney, and red ones are Sydney to Joburg.
I can't really tell with this because it's so zoomed in, but
it's all cartoons. Every fucking thing he's shown is a cartoon.
Yeah.
It's not any actual proof of anything at all, just cartoons.
Okay, all right.
Plus,
but they go the same route regardless of which direction.
How do you know that?
You can. I'll buy you one of these. You can listen for this plane going over Melbourne.
Why couldn't they still go the same direction and still pick it up with that?
Say that again.
Why couldn't they use their path and still pick it up with that thing you showed me?
Why couldn't they go a completely different path? This is basically line of sight.
Like okay, so?
Well, if they're nowhere near you, then you're not going to pick it up.
Okay, but like when do you pick it up? Like at the location, right?
yeah, probably 150, maybe 200 k's away at best.
Wow. So in where the plane's landing,
even showing, man, that is just stupid.
Where it crosses the land, yeah. But your route.
So
your route. Where do you think it follows?
Poor Angel, he doesn't realize that map's not correct, even close to anything at all.
Right.
But if that were true, if that were a true route, think about how much shorter this distance right here would be. Right? But that's not even a true map. I don't even know where the fuck did he even get that from? It just is ridiculous.
This route?
I'm pretty sure they catch jet streams on the outside, yes.
I'm not sure you're picking up what I'm saying here. These are
These
are both directions. Right? These are both directions. They're going the same route in both directions.
Those are fucking lines you drew or someone else drew. I mean, it's what the fuck are you talking about? And you can't tell by just the approach of how something comes in.
Well, also it's the radar that knows where that plane is, so it can communicate. And then each different radar station must take over when they get into their airspace. That's why there's multiple, not just one.
What the fuck did he do? He used this or something. I don't know. It's pretty dumb. Excellent evidence for the globe. You never know. You ever notice they never say proof of a globe? It's because it's evidence, but it's anecdotal evidence. And a lot of times it's fraught with deception.
Well, you know them little shrinky-dink things you can put on electrical wires to help seal them up, and you just need a blow dryer or something, heat gun. Well, that's all they did with the ball. They just took shrinky-dink stuff and shrink wrapped it around the damn ball. That's all they did. Don't you remember when you was a kid, they had this plastic and you could draw a big picture on it, color it in, whatever, and then put it in the oven and it would curl up and shrink and everything, and then it come roll back out flat and you'd have just a little tiny design or whatever you made.
Be a little charm or something. Yeah,
that's all they did with this globe, is they just made shrinky-dink wrap and put it on the outside of it.
They let a computer do it here. That's all. It's a lot easier.
One of them must be into the wind. One of them must be with the wind.
Wait, say again. One of them must be not with wind. So
one of them, if they're following the same route, whether they're heading east or west, right? One of them must be with the wind. One of them must be into the wind. Why are they flying into the wind?
No.
I'm so lost.
They catch the jet streams on the outside. Then when they come back, they catch them on the inside towards the north. North.
Looking at, can you see the red and blue?
How do you know that? You're saying you confirm that by picking up the signal when they're landing.
Yeah, the direction that they're coming from. Yes.
Wow.
That's
so how does that prove the flight path?
Right, because it's data. To go on the FE route, you've got to go this ridiculous route. It doesn't go that direction. Why not?
How do you know?
Because we have the data, the flight data.
Okay, let's go
from Melbourne.
I'm telling you, it's going the red route.
All right,
the red route. Then it's going into the wind.
Why so even leave this. See this, what you got here?
Yeah.
No, it's following the wind. It's using a jet stream.
Do you see how the direction is into the wind?
Do you see the red? Do you see the red?
Okay, let's go to your fourth.
How it's more south.
There you go.
You see the red? How it's more south.
Oh. Yeah, but here, right?
Oh my god!
They're
the other
same.
one.
Why are there such extreme variations in it too? In all these, if they're all the same route, why are they all extremely different? Seems like there should be more consistency to their pattern, but there isn't.
All right.
Go back to Australia.
Yeah.
You see, this. Do you see how that red line there goes way south? Why does it go south?
So does this blue one.
Okay.
Like, it's the same route. One way you have to be heading into the
look
wind.
Look at those blue lines on top.
Yeah. Yep. And whoops, hang on. And look at those red and blue lines. They go the same route, regardless of which direction.
Okay, Angel, your fourth claim.
Yeah.
Let's move on.
Let's see. What is my claim? The Selian eclipse destroys the globe, gets hand waved away by refraction. You have to believe that the sun and moon are mirages caused by refraction, even though the eclipsing moon is starting, the eclipse is going bottom up when it should be top down.
No, it should be going bottom. It should be going bottom up, but it's actually seen top down.
The eclipse starts from top down, should be bottom up.
Okay, one sec. All right, so a Selian eclipse is seen when an observer is on the terminator line at the point of alignment between the sun and the earth and the moon due to refraction. You call it hand waving, but it's a fact. We have a density gradient in the atmosphere that bends light.
So does refraction work with shadows?
He's really getting wormy in this, man. I mean, really, for real, Rude. Come on, do fucking better. I'm gonna just back it up just a little bit because I want his explanation for this is obscene. It really is. It really is.
And the earth and the moon due to refraction. You call it hand waving, but it's a fact. We have a density gradient in the atmosphere that bends light.
So does refraction work with shadows?
It's refraction. No, it's the absence of light. So the moon is in shadow.
Why do we still see a shadow if it's not refracting shadows?
Are you talking about if you're standing on the moon?
If
you see the sun?
Oh, God.
Oh, my.
If we're standing on the earth seeing an eclipsing moon.
See, he's trying to confuse it. He's poisoning it. This is funny, man.
Yep.
And that moon is actually not a real moon, according to you.
It's a real moon. It's a real moon. Yeah.
So it's not refraction now.
I didn't say it wasn't refraction. The refracted horizon is a real horizon.
If we see the sun and moon, the earth is not in between the sun and moon.
That's right.
Yes, it is because it's refracted.
Oh my God. What the fuck is he? Jesus Christ.
I am so glad that Angel said that because they're absolutely right. They keep telling us it's the freaking the earth between the two causing this crap. Well, anyways, how can it be between us and we see it at the same time when we're looking up?
Oh my God, I know, right? Well,
and then you take and you look
how
at
the fuck
and there's absolutely nothing there.
All right, so he's saying the sun's coming up. You get in this eclipse of the Earth's shadow on the moon, right? But the shadow's coming from the top down when it should be going from the bottom up, right? And he's trying to say that that's because of refraction. What? Refraction flipped the fucking moon upside down? Dude.
No, his explanation is that the Earth itself is a refraction.
God damn, I know. Wow. Wow.
Why would the sun need to be behind the moon?
No. When this type of an eclipse is taking place, the Earth is between the sun and the moon, okay? And we're causing a shadow on the moon.
No, we're not.
That's what, all right, well, that's the claim, okay?
Okay, well.
So when this occurs, it doesn't work out because the shadow's coming from the top down while the sun's going up like this. It should be going the other fucking way.
All right.
It doesn't make any sense.
No, it doesn't make
sense. It's going back like this. It should be coming from the bottom up, not from the top down. It's ridiculous.
Are we seeing
we have an atmosphere, right? We have a density gradient.
Are we seeing the real
moon? Man, I missed a bunch of
yes,
to that too.
The real moon in its refracted position. This is the same argument.
Oh my God, slow down, Rohif. I can only smoke so much. Jesus. How many times has he said refraction now? Somebody keep track of that for me?
I didn't keep track.
Holy fuck, man. Honey, break out another bag of wheat now. Jesus, criminally. Wow, this guy. Oh, it's refracting a shadow from the Venus and the fucking smoke fog from the moon is causing
I
a
am
fractional gravitory fucking effect on a shadow. Yeah, that's it. Here's a paper McToon did.
I am so glad that people can see through this deception. I mean,
it's
gaslighting, it's deception, it's pathological lying. I mean, he's using every freaking nasty little pricky trick in the book.
It's sneaky bullshit.
It's sneaky ass shit.
Yeah.
But the thing is we can see it because we're not stupid to manipulation. We comprehend it.
Hold on a second. Barbara here said that
my gosh.
She said she would rather listen to Nick. Okay, so I got Ruhif paused for you, Barbara. We're gonna let you listen to Nick. There you go. Are you happy now, Barbara? Trust me, darling.
Fall off her chair.
we don't have much more of this clown, really, for right now. We'll keep it going. But this one right here, that one tops fucking cake right there. Talking about shadows are refracted onto the. Wow, shadows are refracted onto the moon. That's some of the dumbest shit right there, boy. Ooh, talk about reaching up your ass. You know what? Let me look at the chat because I think it is about this point that I said, I put in there, I said he reached in his ass for that one. Somewhere in here, I think it's within the next couple of minutes. I was like, he really reached in his ass for that one. And then I already say it up here, you know.
I don't know how you can deal with watching it twice. It's rough on me just watching it once. I'm glad I didn't go watch it. It's annoying.
Oh, and this is another thing too. I put in there. I said that everything, like when you see that, when you go on Flight Tracker, right? And I think I mentioned this a little while ago. That's an approximation. That's not really, you don't really know the airplane's there. That's an approximation based on the route that they fed into the computer because there's nothing really tracking it out there when they're over the ocean. It's just there. You know, the computer figures they're going this such and such a speed, and that's it. It's pretty fucking crazy. And the airspeed and shit that you're seeing when you're in the airplane, that's actually, you're getting that. So this is pretty fucking crazy stuff. Anyway, I don't think I think I did. I said somewhere in here, I said this is right here is where he pulled this shit right out of his ass. But anyway, it's not important.
Horizon.
No, not a refracted position.
Yes, in its refracted position. Yes.
Is it a mirage?
It's not a mirage. It's in its refracted position.
Wow.
Yeah.
Mirages are distortions.
Wow.
Mirages are usually upside down.
Is the sun a mirage?
Not a mirage. It's in its
refracted
position.
Wasn't upside down.
Okay, so it's lifted up, right?
Yeah, it's loomed up. Yes.
So you're not seeing the. Do you understand the Sally-Nelson eclipse? They claim you're not seeing the actual sun and moon, right?
Yeah, that happens every day. When the sun sets every day, when you are seeing the sunset.
No. I'm talking about the eclipse.
Yeah, same with the sunset every day.
So you're seeing a refracted mirage.
Not a mirage.
Yes, it is.
No,
it has to be in your model.
Not a mirage.
In your model, it has to be. Otherwise, it debunks the globe.
It's not a mirage. Is a distortion, right? A distortion, like if you have an inferior mirage, you're seeing an upside down distortion of something.
Forget.
So, oh my God. So he's claiming an inferior mirage. Inferior mirage is what's responsible for the fucking shadow going the wrong fucking way. Oh my God, man. Dude, just don't.
Forget about which way the shadow goes, because that debunks it too.
We'll get there.
In your model, the Sally-Nelson eclipse debunks the globe because you can see them both on the horizon. If they're both on the horizon, the Earth is not between them.
So you're lifted up half a degree.
Yeah, so half a degree. So how long does an eclipse take? 4 hours?
Something like that. Yeah.
Right. You think it's 1 degree over 4 hours?
Well, I'm not sure what the time means there.
Right. Yeah, because it doesn't make sense. How will
Because if that's true, then how can it be going 15 degrees per hour?
Exactly. This
How
kid
How
got
would be
by
only
the balls, as
What is
George
it?
Carlin would say.
What'd you say? I'm sorry, I
I
didn't hear.
said, this kid's got him by the balls, as George Carlin would say.
Well, and I hope he realizes it. But he does. He does.
1 degree for 4 hours of an eclipse?
I'm looking that way to see a moon lifted up half a degree geometrically.
It's a mirage in your model. It's a mirage. Yes,
Mirage
it
is a
is.
distortion. This is not a distortion.
Come on.
This is just looming.
It's
Not a
not
mirage.
between the
my
Earth and Moon if you're saying it's not a mirage.
I don't know where to go from here.
Okay, we're good. We're good on that.
Like, why? Hang on. Like this, so you just hand waved it then. Like I said,
No,
right?
refraction
Yes,
is
you
a
have.
thing. Right.
Yes, you have.
Do we have a density gradient in our atmosphere?
Yes. Do we?
Yes. Does light bend through a
does-
density gradient?
Does light refract shadows?
No. Light's light.
But we see an eclipsing moon, right?
Yeah, it's in shadow.
Oh, but it
Why
doesn't
does it
refract.
look
We
from
should
the
just
top
see a
down?
moon, right? We should just see a moon phasing with no shadow. It should be see-through if it's only light.
I mean, see-through.
Do you get it?
I
We
don't
should
get a see-through moon, no.
We should see a moon,
Mirage,
right?
an
A
image.
moon eclipsing, right? Going red, and then eclipsing the other way without a shadow. It should have no shadow because shadows don't refract.
It is in shadow. We see a shadowed moon because the Earth is in the way.
Oh my God.
All right, we're good. Let's
You
go
don't
to,
even-
let's go to conclusions.
No, hang on.
Well, you have some.
And we've quickly debunked that one right here on Sovereign Soul Unchained Mind at least 2-3 times by showing how the ratios don't work. Okay. The ratios do not work.
Exactly.
Something else?
Hang on. The upside down eclipse.
Give him some time to recoup.
Oh, okay, champ.
Recoup. Let's go.
Fuck, mate.
Huh?
I said recoup. Ruhif, let's go.
Yes. All right. So the upside down eclipse. All right. I'm just going to give you a minute to look at this. Okay. You are this guy here. Right.
Okay, sorry.
Okay. He's on the equator.
Yeah.
He's on the equator. The moon is going that direction into the shadow of the Earth. Okay. What does this guy see?
He sees the sun. Just a second. He sees the sun at an angle like this, going from where he's at down here to this little pause button. That's what he sees. That's where we're seeing the sun. Right here, directly juxtaposed to the moon. Boom, 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 boom. Right here's where the sun is. Where are you getting these straight lines? Dude, you deceptive piece of shit. Complete deceptive piece of shit.
What?
What does he see? This guy.
He sees an eclipsing moon that
From which
is
direction?
a mirage.
No. Don't worry about refraction now. Just look at it. What does he see?
Yeah. Okay. Okay. What about if you're on top of the globe?
No. What does this guy see? He's looking at this. Turn him upside down.
yeah,
Do I need to turn this upside down?
Right.
Is that better? What does he see?
Okay. Right. Yeah. He sees an eclipsing moon.
Where's the shadow? Where's
2 more very, very deceptive things going on right here. Again, using Euclidean geometry to describe a perspective of this guy, and also having the sun not even in the right spot for what they're talking about. Okay. I witnessed one of these. Okay. And no, man, they don't make any fucking sense. They don't make any goddamn sense. This guy is just, wow. Never, anyway. Again, cartoons.
Where is the shadow coming from?
Yeah. It's becoming because the sun is casting a shadow in your world.
Where's the shadow coming? Where's the shadow on the moon?
From the Earth.
Okay. Can I have 10 minutes, please, Chuck? 10 minutes. I've got to.
I would have said right there when he said, where's the shadow coming from? I said, well, I would have said, obviously not the Earth. Obviously, it's not coming from the Earth. Okay? Easy.
But annoying teenager.
That's right.
So in your world, right?
No. This diagram, what is he seeing?
Yeah,
Where is the shadow?
He's seeing a shadow.
On the
moon.
Top?
Right.
He's seeing a top shadow.
Yeah. Okay.
What happens as the moon goes further into the shadow?
It eclipses more.
Yeah, from the top down.
In your world.
Do you understand the top-down shadow?
Yes, I get it.
Okay.
I get it. But it doesn't explain it because the sun and moon in your world have to be mirages. What do you understand about that?
Not a mirage. Not a mirage.
Yes,
they are refracted. They are not mirages.
Can you see the sun and moon at the same time during the selenial eclipse?
Yes.
Oh, so how come the shadow is seen on this?
Right, because the moon is in shadow.
All right, let's go to conclusions. We've got, we're just going to do 2-minute conclusions each. You go first, Angel.
Is it? Yes, sorry, yeah.
So
and everybody, if you want to have any questions for them, and we don't have much time with Ruhif, but if you get them into the super chats, we'll ask right after the conclusions.
I could go camera off.
Okay.
Camera off, and I can get going.
Yeah, we'll see how that goes. Go ahead. Start, Angel. Ruhif, stay muted.
My conclusion is a flat table is still a flat table. Doesn't matter how much math you use on it. He hand waved my example of things disappearing over a flat surface, even though it clearly shows that it can be demonstrated easily. I haven't put the boat there. I put the sun there, rising up, and then it goes down again as you zoom back out. I mean, if a sun is truly 93 million miles away, it shouldn't zoom up like that. It shouldn't move. I mean, it's really far away. He claims celestial navigation only works on the globe because they hijack perspective and call it Earth curvature. Hand waved away my Saturn eclipse, and yeah, just the usual stuff. That's it.
Okay, thank you very much. And
I will say the usual stuff as well. Like my intro is 30 seconds for a reason. Flurfs can't do geometry. I showed them how to measure the drop. I asked for a
Ruhif, if you're watching this, you come on here and show us how to do it. Show us the geometry, bro. Come on here and show us the geometry. Let's take a good look at it. And then I'll explain to you why you're full of shit. Right?
prediction for how much of Canagoo is hidden. In fact, can I just screen share something at the end?
You got 2 minutes, yeah, or you got minute 45.
1 sec. The thing is, with Globers, we're not afraid to make predictions. So for Canagoo, here is, I'm sharing now, yep.
You're on.
Yep. Here is what it should look like on a globe on the left. So, you know, you'd...
Sorry, what'd you say, Dreamy?
I said his opinion isn't a fact.
I know, he's a... Wow, yeah. What's he going to show us? Some other bullshit here, I guess.
Predict a fair amount of the mountain to be hidden by the horizon. Not a flat Earth. You can see all of it. And guess what the photo looks like? It looks exactly like the globe prediction. So it kind of comes down to...
The globe prediction? How is that a globe prediction? Why isn't that mountain bending?
A really basic thought process from Flurfs that they can't seem unwilling to make any sort of prediction or do any sort of modeling to say, this is what I expect if the Earth is flat, and this is what I expect if the Earth is a globe.
See, the problem, Ruhif, is that, yeah, you have a model, but you have like 30 of them, right? You have a different one for each one of the fucking problems that comes about. You don't have anything that takes all of it into account. Nothing.
The ones that do tend to have absolutely no idea about how to model things with geometry, or have terrible understanding of physics. Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Okay. Thank you guys very much. Let's get to the questions if there is any. Let me check here. And we've got, and you can tell everybody first, go ahead, Angel, where people can find you. I know that you've got a TikTok. Right?
Yeah, I'm just on TikTok, Lights for Angels. Interesting channel I made.
I'll come and heckle you there. Lights of Angels. I can heckle you on Telegram, actually.
Okay.
Yeah, that'd be better.
Start there. And Ruhif, where can people find you?
Ruhif on YouTube. I don't make too many videos. I'm kind of getting a little bit bored with Flat Earth and heading back into genetics.
Oh my God. I would imagine before your gig gets exposed, which I have, I forgot what the fuck I was going to say. Never mind.
Yeah.
Genetics.
So don't subscribe. Yeah.
Do you think we came from amoebas?
Oh yeah. That's a good question. You think we came from amoebas? In the chat, prior to the show and a little bit during at the very beginning, Caleb from KCD Industry on, I think that's his name on TikTok, and I think that's what it is on X as well. In fact, I know that's what it's on X. And just a second, I got a message muted. Thank you. Not anymore. So anyway, he was there. It looks like they're setting up a debate between Ruhif and Caleb, and that should be utterly fantastic, man. Another one I'd like to see, if it hasn't been done before, and if it has, somebody direct me to it. I would like to see Austin Whitsitt and Ruhif. I would love to see that. Anyway, here we go. And this guy said refraction. I'm still trying to get caught up, man. This guy said refraction like 50,000 million times, man. 50,000 million. That's a number. Okay.
I think we share a common ancestor. Yes.
Okay, let's go through. We've got Matthew D. Gregorio. Thank you very much. He gifted 5 memberships early on. Thank you. So kind of you. We've got Regina Gilby, had 1 month of the Jeranism Club. We've got Cottonmouth Hero 8, joined the Jeranism Club. We've got, I don't know what this is. I'm the ... He says 6 months member. I'm so happy. 6-7 years, and he still thinks he's on a spinning water ball. Guess that's talking to you, Ruhif. We've got Matthew D. Gregorio, again, gifted 5 memberships. Very kind of him. We've got NPE, who's been a member for 15 months. Greetings all. Thanks, Jeranism. Love the debates. Now we've got a question for Angel, I'm assuming.
Angle.
Did I spell it Angle? No, I don't think so. Did I? A question for Angle. Do you understand everything you see as a parent? From Kango44.
Yes.
Okay, thank you for that.
That was
We've got Kango44 again. He says, question for Angel. Put your camera above the table so the whole lens is, say, 1 centimeter above, and make an object disappear bottom up.
Yeah, that's why I put the boat on the top to show that a boat disappears bottom up too. That's why I put it there. Is my camera below the water? No.
Okay. We've got Taking Back Eden says, Ruhif, do you go against your God-given senses? Can you feel the Earth tilt of 23.5 degrees? Velocity change when you travel, hear, see the spin, or is it nonsense?
That's what I said when Flirts have absolutely shit-house understanding of basic physics.
Yeah.
No, I don't feel the Earth spin.
The Earth rotates and changes velocity, but you don't feel that.
Right. Would you like a vector diagram of that?
Sure, Ruhif. Show us another fucking cartoon. Show us another cartoon. God damn.
He knows nothing about G-force, does he?
Cartoons.
Of course you don't.
What did you say now? Sorry.
I said he doesn't know anything about G-force, does he? When you're racing, or even if you're driving normally, I'll let you normal drivers have it too. When you're going like 60 miles an hour and you're going through the mountains and it tells you to slow down and you don't, you're going to feel your entire body as it goes around that curve.
You know,
right? You're going to feel that force of your body moving with the curve.
Mm-hmm.
He
think about
has to.
this,
He
though.
can't deny that exists.
Well,
So
think
if
about-
the Earth is going to stop and slow down and everything else, we damn sure are going to feel it.
Well, here, try this out, man. If that were true, okay, you got this thing that's spinning around, it's rotating, and it's going 66,000 miles an hour, 67,000 miles an hour around the sun, right? While it's doing this. Okay. So every 12 hours, you would at some point, like it I don't know, when you're standing in the direction that the earth is turning like this, right? When you're
Right.
standing in that direction, then you're going to weigh more than when it works its way around to where you're behind the path of travel, right? You should.
Yeah, according to them.
You should, because it's, you as well have to change velocity in order for that to occur. And
Right.
we've got all these changes in velocity. Do you realize what that would do? How could you even possibly even have a vestibular system that would even fucking work in an environment like that?
No matter what you do, is when you spin something, you cause that force that pushes away from the center, not pulls it into the center, no matter what you've got. Unless you're messing around with magnets, and we ain't talking about magnets here.
No.
But you know what I mean? I mean, I don't know.
Right.
I don't see why these people just can't see it, or why they choose to deceive other people. And I'm going to say that this one is definitely a deceiver.
Yeah, I know. He knows
He
that.
contradicted himself
He knows.
so many times.
He knows. He knows. Come on.
Shameful.
Buttons.
Kingo44 again says, question for Angle. Why don't the oceans rush to fill the lower pressure system of the sky? If your answer is density, then isn't the air denser than the vacuum of space? Huh?
That's
why don't the oceans?
The water, how hot? Wait.
I know, right? I had some fucking guy ask me that. I've had a couple of them ask me that. And I'm like, you do not even understand slightly fluid dynamics or gas behavior. Nothing. You have no concept whatsoever to even ask such a ridiculous asked question. I mean, have you not been paying attention? Right? One of our main claims is that you can't have that pressure without containing. Wow. What a fucking retard.
Why don't
The water is
oceans
more dense than the
rush to
air,
fill
so
the
it stays
lower
down.
pressure? If your answer is density, then isn't the air denser than the vacuum of space?
Yeah, you can't have a vacuum or a radiant without a container in the first place. So
I'm not sure I understand the question, or I would ask it in a different way, but I don't.
I know
really
that's
get
really
it.
dumb. Really.
Okay, Ruhif has.
And like I said, I've been asked that same dumb fucking question by people on Twitter, multiple people before, and I'm just thinking to myself, wow, did your parents have any fucking children that actually lived? I mean, what's it like to be that stupid? I can't get that in my mind around that whole fucking concept of what they even said. That was the dumbest shit ever.
Has gravity ever been measured as a force? From LJ. Thank you very much,
As
LJ.
a force. Oh, that's kind of a question of how do you view classical physics? Like there are forces in classical physics. In Einsteinian, it's not a force.
Yeah.
Okay.
The superseded Newtonian.
Cool. Yep.
Taking Back Eden says Ruhif admits his belief is nonsensical.
What?
Don't know what that's getting at either. Maybe it was at a certain point in the show that I would remember if I looked back. Ruhif, what is roughly the maximum distance you should be able to see? Do you think that with a powerful telescope and enough terrestrial refraction, you could see the back of your own head? Thank you very much. Thank you, RM.
According to math, he could.
So according to math, he can, yeah.
That was a great fucking answer. According to math, he could.
Yep. And all that refraction.
Bravo, fucking Angel. That was a good one. I got to give him a zinger on that one. That's fucking good.
Yeah, so there is a gradient that exists, and the black swan is an example of that, where the light is bending at the same rate as the curvature of the Earth. Obviously, you'll run into attenuation and resolution problems, but theoretically, yes, that gradient does exist.
Okay. We've got Taking Back Eden says, take the L, Ruhif, or it's you versus Bible. Much love.
Oh,
he would debate that. He would debate that.
Probably would.
So Taking Back Eden, come to t.me/debatism and challenge Ruhif on that.
You debate the Bible?
Not for the last 15 years, but yeah, it caused some marriage issues at the start, so I stopped.
All right. Well, I mean, you have a common ancestor with an amoeba and a strawberry, so.
Yeah.
Okay. Taking Back Eden again. Is Ruhif Agent Smith from The Matrix? Much love.
Yes. Love you.
Taking Back Eden again. Is Ruhif Mr. Anderson from The Matrix? Much love.
He's an Aussie, Mr. Anderson. That was his name. Hugo Weaving.
Leo Crow.
Australian.
$5 says, Ruhif, do you have any proof nuclear fusion is actually happening on the sun?
I have no idea. I mean, it's explainable. Like I said, the word proof has a lot of.
Do you know how far away the sun is?
I do.
How far away is it?
150 million kilometers.
How is that determined?
Bouncing radar off Venus and drawing a big triangle.
So you bounce radar off of Venus. Well, how far away? Wait a second. How the fuck did you do that? You didn't bounce nothing off anything. Okay. How the fuck did you even do that? Radar to Venus. I don't think he's got any proof of that shit at all. So how far away is Venus from the sun? And how do you know? He's pulling again. I'm sorry, Ruhif. I'm going to call bullshit on that. I'm going to call bullshit on that. I'm going to need to see extraordinary proof of that. All based off the assumption that we're going around the sun.
So if you did the same thing to the moon, could the moon also be 93 million miles away?
No.
Oh.
You can parallax the moon. In fact, Jaron, let's parallax the moon.
I plan on it, yeah.
Yeah.
Do we have to be on the same longitude for that?
No, but it's nice. It makes it easier if it's kind of just in the middle of us.
Oh, I forgot one really good point. I just realized. But anyway.
Oh, go, yeah. My daughter's here, just being quiet, so that's good.
She's a good teenager. Come on.
Do you know about Polaris and the Southern Cross being visible at the same time?
Yeah, that's fine. Polaris is only the Southern Cross is only like 63 degrees south, something like that.
Hang on, from the Tropic of Capricorn.
From the Polaris from the Tropic of Capricorn, no.
Yeah.
No.
Well, it happens.
Okay, please provide evidence for that.
Well, it was from 1862 Times newspaper. Captain Wilkins saw them at the same time at midnight.
Okay, that's words on a page. I would like to see that somehow repeated, or a photo or something.
I don't know if it can be repeated now with all the light pollution.
Look, you talked about northern star rotations, right? I've done northern star rotations. You can do it. We can.
Again, looking at lights in the sky are no way to determine the condition of where you're viewing those lights in the sky from. Okay? Sorry. You still got to get around these physical impossibilities that you just seem to hand wave off. You can't do that, man.
You can see the northern stars. Right. So when you do a northern star rotation, you get partial circles, right?
Can we see Polaris?
Where is the center of those? Where is the implied center of those circles?
The implied center of those circles. All the stars rotate relative to each other, fixed, right?
Okay, but if you do a southern star trail, right? They rotate around a center point in the sky. For you, it's like 38 degrees up. Yeah.
Not if you face north.
Right, but we're doing southern star trails.
Right.
Yeah. So that center point of rotation is 38 degrees up elevation. If you do a northern star trail, the implied center of those circles is going to be like 38 degrees into the ground.
So wait, you look more up, right? North?
Down.
Polaris?
To see Polaris, you're looking through the Earth.
Oh, you're talking from the south. Yeah.
If I take a star trail right from here of the north, yes, they go anti-clockwise. Yes, they go anti-clockwise. But if you were to plot the center of that circle, it's in the ground.
Yeah, because of perspective. Right. Very simple.
Okay, we have two more.
Very simple.
Two more comments here. Charlie says,
I can't believe you don't know how a sunset works.
Cheers, Jaron. What happened to the yes associated with Buy Me a Coffee appears not to be working. Oh, it's only not working during this show because I don't, donation interruptions would not be good for a debate. But thank you very much. And those will be turned on Thursday and Friday. There is no container stopping. Oh, this is from Kango44. Thank you very much. Again, very kind of you to support so much. There's no container stopping the water rushing to fill the sky, even though there is a big pressure difference.
Wow. And I talked to that guy in chat on there, Kango44. Oh my God. What a moron. What a moron.
That didn't even make sense.
No, I've had other people on fucking Twitter do the same. I wonder if that's the same retard that's on Twitter, just using a different name, because he said that same fucking thing to me. This guy that's on there, Goran Anderson. Okay. And he's just like one of the dumbest people I've ever seen. And there's a couple other ones too that they've asked me, well, how come the water, there's no lid on the water and it doesn't go flying up into the air and shit? And I'm like, well, why
doesn't it go running off their ball?
Well, here's the most obvious thing is, why would it? It's obviously liquid, which is, of course, as anyone knows, is denser than the air. So it's going to remain beneath the air unless you lift it above it and take it out in a state of even more disequilibrium, than what it's already in. It's going to want to go down. But also, it does, because we have this thing called respiration. Okay. Water evaporates into the atmos. It condenses, it turns into rain, it comes back down. Okay, we have this going on all the time. And incorporated with that is the exchange of gases, of carbon dioxide and oxygen.
Right.
Okay, this whole fucking thing is breathing, if you will. You see? And that's just the dumbest shit I ever heard. And he says, the water, why won't it fly up? Because after all, the air is less dense. And it's like, what are you talking about? Is there dense material in the sky somewhere? It heads towards relative density. I had somebody ask me, what does relative mean? And I said, or what does relative density mean? And I'm like, wait a minute, you actually need a definition for relative density. Is English your second language? What does relative mean? It means like, or kindred to, or similar. Okay, that's what that means. So, relative. And what does that mean, right? What is density? Density. And of course, we know that's mass over volume. So, there it is. Now you know. So relative density to the medium. What the fuck? I can't understand that. These people want to get out there and argue about this shit and they don't even know what simple words mean, man.
Just like there is no container stopping the air rushing to fill the vacuum. Gravity.
Oh my gosh.
Okay.
Is that a real question?
I think he's making a point more than a question. Can I ask both you guys to do something? If you both were to watch a sunset, and it could be from wherever you're at, over the course of the next, say, week or two, and you were to start a stopwatch when the sun disappears below the horizon, or you can even start a video camera if you want right when it hits the horizon. But let's say it disappears, you start your stopwatch, and you stop it when you can see no more light from the sun, right? So you're basically measuring the amount of time that you can see light after the sun sets. And if you did that today, and then you did it again in 3 months, what would you expect, Rufus, to be the outcome of that? Would the time that you're seeing after the sunlight be going up or down as we go from January to, say, March, April?
We've talked about this, didn't we?
I don't know, I'm asking you to do
Can
that.
I share my
We
screen
talked about it
too often?
as in what objective measurement are we making? Like, are we sticking a light meter out, or what are we doing?
No, I just think your eyes telling me what your eyes show.
Yeah, I think that's a shit.
So it's better just to do math and not care about observations.
No, measurement. It's better to do a measurement than just guess and eyeball it.
Oh, so the measurement would be if you take it on camera, wouldn't you be able to tell when there's no more light residual from the sun?
What's the?
But even if you want to use a light meter, go right the fuck ahead. Still time it. You'll see a difference. When you let it get to the same condition of darkness as you did the last time, it's going to be the same, reading.
But Ruben wants a mathematical equation for light and a mathematical equation for dark. He doesn't understand what observation means.
Yeah.
He wants only math.
God.
He's
the threshold.
Zero light.
It never is never zero light here.
So it's always.
Can I share my screen just after that?
Yeah. So it's funny. I keep saying this to people when people don't want to do the observation. They don't want to do it for some reason. It's kind of weird to me.
Yeah, Jared,
we want some objective measurement.
So okay, hold on. Let me ask Ruf, what would you prefer? Like a light meter, like a lumen meter?
Something like that, but then it might be cloudy. It might be something else.
Right. That's why it's not I'm not just telling you do it on this date and this date. It's more of get an idea for what that number is today versus in 3 months, because they'll be kind of vastly different. Vastly meaning 10 to 20 minutes different, but something you can easily discern with your eye. So I'm just wondering if it would be weird if you guys got the number as we head towards June as increasing. Because you're in the south and therefore you're going towards winter, you should be decreasing, right? But we are in the north. Ours right now, if we did it in January and did it again in March, April, May, it's going to be increasing. So that would be weird if we're increasing and you're increasing. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I don't know. I think there are more determinative ways to measure the Earth. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, Rufus
using math making
make excuses why not to do the experiment.
I know. Listen to what he's saying. He's going right into what you were just saying, man.
Yeah.
He's
trying to
right
start
into
making
it.
excuses early. Oh no, we can't go there. Holy shit, they got me in a trap.
Listen to what he wants to replace it with.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure.
Like using math making a flat plane into a sphere.
Oh, please show how it's done. Please show how it's done.
Yes, go ahead.
Well, Eratosthenes did it.
No, he didn't. If you have three observers breaks the two flat Earth ones.
You didn't see my intro? You didn't see my intro?
Yes. Did you do any measurements in that?
So wait a second. Now Eratosthenes involved 3 observers? What? Come on.
The intro.
Wait, are you saying you can't have 3 shadows that are a flat plane?
You know how I did the measurements to the tree, right? The shadow is a similar idea, right? The shadow from the top of that tree down to the ground. You could measure that and get the same angle. If you had 3 observers for Eratosthenes, you would, again, use trigonometry to pinpoint the sun.
If you had 3 observers for Eratosthenes, which you didn't, I mean, if a frog had wings, it wouldn't bump its ass when it jumped.
It won't work on a globe.
Oh, so
3 observers.
So if you did the same thing with the moon, would the moon also be 93 million miles away?
No, the moon is about. The moon does actually have parallax.
Yeah, but it appears to be the same size, right?
It has parallax. Parallax with what? We don't ever see any parallax with the moon. That would suggest that you would see a different angle of the side from a different location at the same time as somebody else. We don't see that. Shut up.
The angular size, yes, yeah, roughly.
So it could also be using trigonometry then.
No, we don't use trigonometry to measure the distance to the moon. We don't.
Do you understand that over a flat table you can make? Can I share my screen?
Yeah, we don't use trigonometry to measure the distance to the moon or the sun.
Thank you so much, Charlie. From the chat, folks, and the folks watching this gig, stay safe, friends. Thank you very much, Charlie. It's awesome. $50. Much appreciated. What are you showing? Are you screen? I don't see a screen share.
I'll just screen share. This first off the sun. So I've got anti-crepuscular rays and crepuscular rays. Can you tell me how a sun 93 million miles away does that? This is a photo I took.
You have thrown the word perspective at me multiple times. I'm going to bring up
because you still
Google
don't get
Earth. I'm going to bring up Google Earth. 1 second.
You're going to bring up a cartoon. Yep.
Well, I will show you how parallel rays give you crepuscular rays.
No. Can you tell me how the sun
it's
appears to be
another
right in the
fucking
clouds?
Cartoon,
It's
I'm
not.
telling you right now.
Those lines are parallel.
Right.
You better find you a farmer.
It's like a train track. I get you. Also, with what was my other thing? The Eratosthenes.
Does he not understand what the word ray means?
Apparently.
Where
not.
it comes from? From radius. This is why it radiates, right? From the radius of where it's at. Duh. Okay. I mean, that's originally where that fucking word comes from, right? Because that's the nature of how energy is dispersed, like that.
This thing, right?
Yeah, 1 second. Crap. Hang on.
So do you see how over a flat plane with a local light source, you could account for all three shadows?
No, you cannot. No,
really?
You cannot.
Do you see the image on the screen?
You're seeing a fucking image of it right there. What are you talking about, man? Oh, you can't.
Hang on 1 second.
Well, he's asking, can you account for the shadows?
Yeah. You can do math on this and say it's a sphere, right?
Oh, there we go. Hang on. I'm trying to get to screen. There we go.
He's not even listening.
Measure them.
Dude.
Measure the shadows.
Dude, regardless of measuring. You could do.
You don't give a shit about measurement, do you?
Wait, I'm confused. What you're saying here,
change reality.
Help me out with this one. So you're saying, I don't know what you're saying here, Ruf. You're saying that with a third shadow, and then you're saying measure it. So then that would require us to. Now we're saying that we're using that to measure the distance to the sun, right? But you guys on your model can do the same thing. You would not get the distance to the sun.
We would not get the distance because that's not how the distance is measured.
Okay, that's what he's saying the same thing.
No. He's saying 3 observers in Eratosthenes works on a flat Earth.
Yeah.
Not for measuring.
Why does he keep saying 3 observers? There were not 3 observers. Now they're changing the fucking story.
Well, look at the pictures themselves. The camera or phone or whatever, the light is right in the very center in the first picture, casting a shadow in both ways. One this way, one that way. The other one, he's moved it over one. It's above another, and you have 2 shadows the other way. So that's what I'm seeing. And this is happening on a flat surface, not their stupid ball.
Do you realize what they've done? They've inserted now, apparently they've inserted a third observer into this made up story. Because people were calling them on that. See, listen, this fucking right here, if anybody cannot see that, look, and I would say this, you can't use this. I mean, because they're just going to argue about sun rays. They're divergent when it comes to a fucking eclipse, but they're parallel when it comes to this nonsense. Blah 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 blah. The bottom line is, don't use it. Eratosthenes is not a proof of a globe, and it's not proof of flat Earth. It's nothing. It's neutralized. Boom. Stop fucking using it. Don't even go there. It's a made up fucking story for children.
Not for measuring the sun.
No, not for measuring the sun. For measuring the circumference of the Earth.
No. If you measured those shadows,
is my flat table a sphere now?
No. You measured those angles for those 3 shadows on a flat Earth, they will meet at one point. On a globe, they will not. All right?
They will meet at one point.
Do it in reality.
This is my flat table, kitchen table.
I understand.
So any amount of math,
I see what you're saying then. Okay, I got you.
Any amount of math you do will not change this flat table into a sphere.
Right. If you do this in reality with 3 observers and you assume a flat Earth, no, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
Okay, let me finish the point.
With
first.
a local light source, it does.
You're saying it does work out, Angel.
Does.
What do you mean? It works as far as what?
I'm saying, right, that the Eratosthenes experiment, like it works on my flat kitchen table here with a local light source.
Right.
What if the sun was a lot closer and smaller? Why would that not work on a flat plane?
Right. If you do this in reality Okay, so not on your kitchen table. Do it in reality.
Yeah.
You measure 3 angles. All right.
Yeah.
Then take you do some geometry and extend those lines. All right. Extend those 3 lines. They will not meet at a single point.
What?
I'm seriously going to bust out the crayons in a second.
No, that is the truth about the lines where the lines would line up. Correct. They would not show the location of the sun, is what you're saying.
Right.
I get you. I'm not talking about the sun. I'm talking about the circumference of the Earth.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you have 3, using 3 observers for an Eratosthenes type measurement, does not work on flat Earth. They will point to different locations.
And does it work on a sphere?
What?
Yes.
3 observers.
When has it ever been done? Show the people doing it. Show the data and just claim it. You just inserted a 3rd observer into a fucking fairy tale. This is dumb as shit, man. Listen, it's dead. The globe is fucking dead, baby. I'm telling you right now. These people are having the worst time trying to float this nonsense that I've seen in a long time, man. They're getting the shit beat out of them over on X. It's funnier than hell. It's so bad to the point where their only recourse is to try to have accounts shut down. That's it. That's the only thing they've got.
Yes.
It works both the same on a globe that has a faraway sun.
Bring up the screen again.
It works on a globe. All right.
Ruhif, if we had somebody at, say, I don't know what the degree would be, 45 degrees north, right?
Yep.
So how far are they from the equator?
45 times 60, 2,700, something like that.
Okay. And then if we had a sun above the equator, right? And we have somebody else who's on the equator looking at the sun that's past them, wouldn't we get a distance of the sun of 3959?
Sorry, on a flat Earth?
On a globe Earth.
No, you'll have is parallel views of parallel lines to the sun, or near enough parallel.
You're not going
to. If somebody's at 45 degrees and somebody else is on the equator?
Yep. The guy at 45 degrees will see the sun at 45 degrees elevation.
Correct.
And the guy at the equator will see it overhead.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So couldn't we draw a triangle?
If you're on a flat Earth, I was
talking about a globe. I was asking about a globe.
Yeah.
How does that not work
on a globe? Hang on, I've been asked 2 questions.
Sorry.
On a globe, those 2 lines are parallel. They meet effectively at infinity. If we had enough measuring accuracy,
45 degrees and 90 degrees?
Sun's directly overhead, yeah?
Yeah, so you're saying that line is 90 degrees up, and then the guy from 45 degrees looking at an angle is also parallel to 90?
Yeah, those 2 sight lines are parallel.
Oh my fucking God. What? You're what?
He's just proving how retarded he is.
Oh my God. He just says shit and hopes it floats by. Did you see Angel just like, what?
He's at 45 degrees latitude, looking south.
Okay.
Yeah, sees the sun at 45 degrees above the horizon.
Correct.
And the guy at the equator sees the sun directly overhead. Those 2 lines, the 2 lines to the sun, are parallel.
I'm so lost.
Me too. He's trying to
wait. If somebody's at the 45 degrees looking at a 45 degree angle at the sun, and then somebody's underneath it looking straight up, how are those 2 lines parallel?
No, he's full of shit, man.
Oh, you're saying, I get you. I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. You're saying okay, got you.
Is he saying like a faraway infinite sun with parallel rays?
He's saying like the Soundly thing where they bend the Earth this way and they show that even though it's an angled line on a curved Earth.
Yeah, so bro, if you understand that works.
Wrong. Take a single point, draw a line to it from 2 locations, and see if they're parallel. They're not. They never will be. This guy's full of shit. Globe or not, doesn't matter. If 2 people are looking parallel straight ahead, they're seeing in 2 different locations, albeit only a small amount. they're seeing in two different directions. If they're both looking at a single point from two different directions like this, those lines are going to converge together into a triangle, which never have arcs, I might add.
The shadows work on a globe. Sorry,
no, they do not.
Right?
Measure them in reality,
why is that?
and then
Why is
tell
that?
me where the sun is.
They were measured in reality.
Okay,
why does it matter where the sun is?
Oh man, if you go into reality and measure 3 angles to the sun, all right, I agree that two angles, right? You can get 2 angles on a flat Earth to point to a single point where the sun is, right?
So
2 angles
this kitchen table, right? Right, like
yeah, 2 of them works. Yep.
So what you see a third shadow, right?
I see the third shadow. In reality, that shadow will not be that length.
Okay.
In reality, that shadow will be a different length, that third shadow.
In the Eratosthenes experiment, they were different lengths.
Oh fuck! Eratosthenes did 2. Can we agree?
He did 3. Didn't he do 3? See, this is why
he
this
did
is
2.
not the story.
Yeah, let's assume he did 2
or 3.
Right? On a flat Earth, I can get 2 sight lines to meet at a point, and on a flat Earth, that's where the sun would be. Okay.
Well,
as soon as you add a third angle, they no longer meet at one point.
This is what what's his name said.
Whoever it was is right.
Yeah, Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Yes, as soon as you add a third observer, those angles will not meet at a point.
So I'll just share my
And
screen.
they only
again.
meet
I'll
at a
show you
point
exactly.
on a globe if you bend the Earth. That's what he's saying.
Yes, yeah, and the sun's far away. Yes,
I'll show you.
Let me look one more time, see if I'll be good. I don't want to go too long. I did say 90 minutes. We are at almost 120, but I thought it was a good conversation. All right, that looks like all of them. Thank you guys so much for the super chats. Any final words from you guys? And we will head out. I'll be back Thursday. We're going to do a return episode of the Speaker's Corner. So get ready for that. That'll be at 3 p.m. Pacific. Get a lot of people a chance. And then we'll talk about how we'll do that going forward, which I think I'm going to do it monthly on a specific day at a specific time. So we get everybody to want to be there, want to speak on that day. And then we'll keep a time clock and keep it going, keep it moving, rather than do it every week and getting the same people every single week. So that'll be.
He looks like Kilroy. Sticking up over, you remember when people draw that little dude's top of his head looking over a fence and shit when he was in school?
Yeah.
And Kilroy was here.
We'll have a return episode tomorrow. I'm sorry, Thursday. And then Friday, the Jeranism show will be at 3 p.m. Pacific also. Final words from you, Ruhif. Thank you for joining me, by the way.
Thank you, Jaron. Always keen for this. Yeah.
Oops.
Look, come on, Caleb. Where's Caleb? Bring Caleb on. That'd be fun.
Caleb, Ruhif challenging you. That's a call out.
Yep.
And Angel, thank you for joining us. Any final words for you?
Yeah, math doesn't change reality. My kitchen table is still a flat table.
All right. Sounds good. Thank you guys so much for joining us. Do your own research.
Anyway, I can't believe they put a cartoon or a fucking commercial right at the very end of this thing. But I'm telling you, man. All right, so I'm gonna get ready to wind it down, but before I do, real quick, I want to show everybody exactly why this dude is wrong in what he shows you. Okay, so let me minimize that, stop this, bring this up, and then I'm gonna shut it down after I show you all this. Let's see, window, media player, this thing. Let me make sure with the volume I got on it. Okay, everything looks good. We'll go that, whoops, that, share. All right.
And then it hit me. What's wrong with this picture? Hello, everybody. Pete Brain here. I got inspired to do a video. I've been discussing on a couple of my videos about this notion that the sun would never make it to the horizon. And I had a couple people show me diagrams, and I hadn't come up with a really good illustration to completely debunk this idea until now. So that's why I got inspired to do this video. Yeah, first of all, let me just say I don't know how high the sun is, so I'll just go with the 3,000 miles that many flat earthers use, and that's what I'm going to use for this video. This guy sent me this picture, and he's got all the maths included, and it looks good. You know, at first I had a little tough time with it because
I didn't know that flat earthers
right?
claimed any kind of distance to the sun.
Some have.
Oh, okay. So they claim in 3,000 miles.
Well, in any case, yeah, I guess I don't know.
Okay.
But
I didn't know that.
For the sake of this, it really doesn't matter.
All right.
Sun traversing over the ground, over the flat Earth, and it's parallel to the ground. So it had that going for it, and it's showing that when the sun is further away from you, it angles down, just like perspective. Same as this guy, Daz, the cameraman or something. This is his name. He has a video out and he shows this picture. And it's the same thing. It still shows a parallel sun to the ground. And instead of moving the sun, he's moving the observer. But it's the same diagram. If you flip it upside down, it looks like identical. Anyway, so it's the same notion. So I was a little bit perplexed. I was like, wait a second. You know, makes you start to doubt. But I mean, I know it's wrong, but I was like, wait a minute, it's got perspective. So I thought. And then it hit me. What's wrong with this picture? What's wrong with this picture is that they are attempting to calculate visual angles to the sun from a non-visual, non-perspective drawing. So the drawing is not taking the visual perspective of the observer into account, and that's what's wrong with this diagram. You see, you cannot calculate visual angles to convergent positions, which is where the sun is from the observer, by using non-convergent parallel lines, which is what they're doing in the diagram here. They have two parallel lines, and they're drawing visual angles to it. It's true that this drawing is an accurate representation of actual relationships and positions of the observer to the sun, but it's a non-perspective side view representation. So this diagram is not accurate at all as it relates to the perspective of the observer. So if we add perspective lines, we get a completely different picture. All right, take a look at this wall of lines. Now, this wall is not an illustration. It's not a cartoon. It's a photo. It's reality. Okay? This that they put up here, although it has a lot of truth, in it, showing the parallel sun and all that, it's nothing but some geometry. I mean, they're showing us some angles, but it has nothing to do with perspective and how we would see the sun. So it's bunk. So in this next slide here, I'm going to superimpose these lines, the perspective lines, over on top of this. Okay, here we go. All right, and as you can see, the way they're representing the sun as staying parallel to the ground is not correct. The sun would follow these perspective lines, and what they really are is spatial planes, right? They're invisible spatial planes that are around your z-axis. Now, your z-axis goes from your eyes, a straight line out from your eye in any direction. Okay, that's your z-axis. So anything parallel to that will start to converge toward that focal point or the horizon, right? In line with that z-axis. Everything does. Any lines going away from you are going to all converge. Yet this diagram that they show us, saying that these are the visual angles to the sun, have no convergence. The lines are parallel. So you look at these parallel lines and look how they converge. They completely go against this geometric drawing or these angles and these formulas. They don't work, friends. So anytime someone brings this up, bring them to this video, show them this picture, and this is the reality. The photograph is the reality. That's how we see everything. So this representing the sun is going away from you parallel to the ground, and then calculating your angles to the sun based on that is wrong, and it doesn't work. Okay, and quickly notice with this line of converging parallel lines or planes, notice how the higher up they get, or the further away they get from the yellow line, which is your z-axis, notice how they orient themselves more and more vertically and less horizontally. Also notice how all the lines converge at the same point, the vanishing point. It doesn't matter how high they all go to the same place, which, interestingly enough, means that no matter how high that object is going away from you, it visually goes to the same place. Okay, here's the wall of lines again. Notice that these are true perspective lines. These are parallel lines, but from the observer, which is this little guy down here, this is what these parallel planes or parallel lines would look like. They just happen to be represented by these wooden planks, right? But that's actual perspective. What they represent as the sun up here traveling parallel to the ground is not perspective. Yet they are calculating angles based on a non-perspective drawing, right? Their maths are based on non-perspective lines, right? Parallel lines. Well, you can't, because that's not the perspective of the observer. The observer sees these lines, the converging lines. So as you can see, this is the reality, the one here where the sun travels down. The green sun's here traveling down. That's our reality. Now, here's another interesting thing. The reason, too, that their sun will never reach the horizon in their calculations is, notice this. These spatial planes, as I call them, represent height or altitude, right? Look at their sun. It's crossing height lines, right? Because each one of these lines is parallel to the ground, even though they appear to be converging, and yet they represent different altitudes. So look at their sun. It's traveling higher and higher and higher and higher and higher in the sky. Well, of course it's not going to, this is why they think that the sun would be visible 24/7 on a flat Earth, and why the sun would never get to the horizon. They don't understand perspective. They don't get it or something. I don't know. But anyway, you can see the proper use, and this has everything to do with the observer standing down here. This is what he sees: the sun following the convergence lines and coming down, and these are both the exact same distance. And you can see the time stamps on them. So each sun is about 1,000-mile journey it's traveling, and it goes below the horizon visually and keeps going below the horizon from the observer. Like I said, this is a photograph. This is real. This is reality. They've just showed us nothing but a bunch of angles, showed a couple lines and drawing some angles. Oh, hey, fellas, nice geometry, but it's not perspective. That is definitely not the perspective of the observer, and that's what counts. Debunk 100%. Their maths don't work. Their calculations are wrong. The sun will, in fact, set on a flat Earth from the perspective of the observer. All right. Thanks so much. Bye.
I say the sun is always at the same point in the sky as far as its altitude from Earth. It's our perspective. But the sun is always straight across. It's just that we don't see it that way. It's like them telephone poles as you look into the distance. They don't get shorter just because they're far away, even though they look so tiny.
Right. No, he's not blocked, Lisa. He's not. He just hasn't been here. I don't know. What was I gonna? Maybe I can. Oh, I know what I have to do.
It's an optical illusion.
It is. It's not. It's an
because
optical
the sun is always
obfuscation.
going to be the same. I think it's always the same distance from the ground.
Let me see.
So, in that sense, the top row is right, but our perception, as it gets farther away, does converge to a point until it's out of our view. And when its light is no longer in our vicinity, it's not nighttime. It's just not rocket science.
Hopefully not.
It's so simple.
Let me see here. I'm just making sure. No. He's not blocked. He's definitely not blocked. No, I just made sure. Save. Okay. Yeah, he's definitely not blocked, so there's no problem there. Well, anyway, I hope that was enough to show some why there are two-dimensional geometry does not accurately reflect from the perspective, the viewer's perspective. I've tried to explain this ad nauseum. I think that little video is a great way to illustrate it. I think I'm going to try and make one regarding the same thing. But I mean, this once that's explained to you, you can see where they're doing, and that Ruhef and the rest of these motherfuckers know this, but they insist on using that nonsense, man, every fucking time. So you got anything you want to leave us with tonight, Dreamy?
I just say be careful and keep an eye out for all the deceptions people use and the gaslighting and the games they're playing.
Do you think? God damn it! Why do I keep forgetting his name? Angel. That's right, Angel. Do you think he did a good job? Do you think?
Yeah, I think he did a good job. I mean, he caught stuff. I mean, he missed a few things, but he caught a lot of stuff, and so yeah. But it is really hard, I think. If he's kind of just new, it seems like he's soaking up a lot, and thinking things through, not just being like Rufy, who just wants to accept word for word what was regurgitated and spit at him.
Well, I got to say that, I'm sorry for all the interruption that I did during this, but I was catching the shit that this guy didn't catch. I was like, dude, let me tell you why this is wrong. And I'm hoping maybe the guy, he'll somehow catch this, or maybe not. I don't know. I'd like more people to use this argument too, because I see a lot of people where these guys want to get in, and we know that Ruhef's a one-trick pony with his fucking geometry bullshit, and he's snowballing you because he's using the wrong form of geometry to describe what you're actually seeing. So
there are either they're put there to disrupt and try to, keep people deceived.
Yep.
And they're loving every minute of it. I swear that's what it is with Rufy, because he always is smirking. I hate that smirk.
Is that Duper's delight?
When you have somebody that smirks like that, you can see in their face they're just really happy about how they're manipulating, and they're just evil to the core.
They call that Duper's delight. You see a lot of crisis actors doing that. You watch these people when they're interviewing them after some kind of a horrific event. They can't help it.
Right, body language and just the smirks when at the moment the smirk comes through. When you read people, you can just see that kind of stuff.
Sure.
That there's some kind of ulterior motive going on here.
Thank you, Cylon Killer.
I mean, I just get the feeling he knows what he's doing, and he's knowingly deceiving people. How does somebody live with themselves?
Well,
I'll never know.
I don't even know either. Moon Bounce, you got anything you want to leave us with?
Well, I agree with that thing that you just played, except for I think Dreamy was talking about it too. What I notice is that in that video, they don't show the ground going upward, even though that geometry where they say with the sun goes straight across, that's not real because perspective brings the sun down. But the lines have to go from the feet up too, to its eye level, where they don't show that in that. And
hold on 1 second. Let me take that up there. Yeah, it does. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Yes, it actually does. Hang on.
What does?
It does do that. Hang on, damn it. It spirited up. Just 1 second. Okay, so where he's got that picture of the guy with the lines. Let me just present, share screen. Window. So as they were focusing, as you see, when they were focusing on from like this area here, like that, you don't see as much of the convergence as you do down here. But I'm gonna do my own video on this, and I've got an even better example, I think. I just got to figure out how I'm gonna film it is all. But anyways, guys, I'm getting really fucking hungry. So, but yeah, who do you think really captured that? You think, do you think that Angel did all right?
Yeah, I think he did. I think he did all right. I mean, those debate things just throw me at how they get into that argument thing instead of debating. But yeah, I think he did all right. I think Ruhiff did his 6 years worth. So, I just want to say, don't lick gay frogs and don't Ruhiff.
I hear you, bro. I hear you. That's good advice, man. Thank you.
All
All right.
right.
I want to thank everybody for coming tonight. I think it was a pretty good stream. So, that being said, we're going to say, Lord loves a working man. Don't trust Whitey, and definitely take no fuckle butt. I still can't get that one right. But we're going to go fuckle bump. Tolerate no fuckle bumps, no fuckery, tolerate no bahooey, and no twiddle twaddle. So that being said, everybody have a wonderful evening or morning or whatever it is, wherever you are. Good night, everyone.